Chapter 1549. Lin Tian knew very well that there was no such thing as true fairness in this world. Therefore, even though he couldn't kill Zhou Huajun, he didn't care too much. Although he couldn't kill Zhou Huajun, he could at least torture Zhou Huajun so that Zhou Huajun wouldn't get any benefits. Thinking of this, he increased the strength of his kick. Zhou Huajun's body was immediately covered with cracks and blood flowed out. At the same time, the whooshing crocodile, little Taichu, and Shui also kept attacking. And Shui kicked Zhou Huajun fiercely and kept nagging. She was attacked by Zhou Huajun just by standing there, so she was very unhappy at the moment. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds kept coming. The two men and two beasts beat Zhou Huajun together, shattering the ground of the courtyard and causing sand and dust to fly up. Zhou Huajun roared angrily. He tried his best to break free, but he couldn't do it at all. With 1,000 prohibitions and 10,000 seals formation enveloping this place, other than his physical strength not being weakened, his vision, hearing, spiritual sense, divine thoughts, divine power, mobility, Tao power, and other aspects were greatly suppressed. He couldn't stop the two men and two beasts at all. Soon, Zhou Huajun couldn't help but scream again. Under the siege of the two men and two beasts, he kept spitting out blood. This, outside the courtyard, all the cultivators were dumbfounded. A dignified inner court disciple, an expert at the true immortal realm, had come aggressively to avenge his clan's younger brother. He declared that he would kill Lin Tian and the others, and he'd completely disregarded the rules of the sect. Yet now he'd suffered such a miserable fate, and he'd been fiercely beaten up like a sandbag by two people and two beasts. Big brother! Zhou Huacheng stood to the side, watching his elder brother being beaten by Lin Tian and the others. He could not help but tremble. Banging sounds continuously reverberated in the courtyard, accompanied by Zhou Huajun's miserable screams. Half an hour later, Zhou Huajun's screams finally stopped. He had been beaten by two humans and two beasts until he had completely fainted. "You really can take a beating," whooshing crocodile said. "He is at the true immortal stage after all. Even though the great array has weakened his strength, his physique and vitality will remain unchanged. Lin Tian Dao, if you attack me for no reason, I'll kick you to death." And Shui grumbled unhappily as he gave Zhou Huajun, who had fainted, a few more kicks. Lin Tian, this girl was full of resentment. Big brother. In the courtyard, in another direction, Zhou Huacheng trembled. How could this be? He could not imagine it, and was unwilling to believe that this scene was real. His elder brother, a true immortal and an inner disciple of the purple carefree treasure sect, was actually beaten to the point of fainting by a few outer disciples who had just entered the sect. Your elder brother is being beaten up in front of your eyes, but you're actually just watching from the side, trembling. You really are a disgrace. Lin Tian mocked. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said, "Speaking of which, Zhang Zhen and the others stood up for you, but it didn't do anything. Then you just ignored them and called them trash. Now, your elder brother stood up for you, but it didn't do anything. Are you going to call your elder brother a trash in front of others in the future?" Zhou Huacheng trembled, and his face immediately turned ashen. He was shocked and angry. "How can I call my elder brother a trash? For a selfish and heartless scum like you. What's impossible about this? Lin Tian Dao." Zhou Huacheng pointed at Lin Tian, trembling with anger. You! Lin Tian disdainfully walked toward Zhou Huacheng. Zhou Huacheng trembled and couldn't help but step back. He looked terrified. What are you going to do? What do you think? Invite you in for a cup of tea? Lin Tian Dao." Zhou Huacheng trembled again. Lin Tian was too lazy to say anything more. He directly raised his hand and grabbed him. With the power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunder's spell in his right hand, He grabbed Zhou Huaqing's left arm and directly crushed the bones in his hand. Ah! Zhou Huaqing immediately screamed. This time, just like 3 days ago, Lin Tian used the power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunders spell to crush the bones in his arm. His opponent couldn't repair it with his own strength. Moreover, the power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunders spell was running wild in his arm, causing him unbearable pain. Being arrogant and despotic once wasn't enough. How dare you do it a second time? Then you'll suffer the same pain again. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he moved as fast as lightning and successively crushed the bones in Zhou Huaqing's right arm, left leg, and right leg. Ah! Zhou Huaqing let out a more shrill scream. Get lost. Lin Tiandao kicked Zhou Huaqing, whose 4 limbs were broken, nearly 10,000 feet away. He fell into an immortal peak of the sect. Brat! Although this will make that little bastard suffer fiercely again, when this Zhou Huajun wakes up, he can still be cured very quickly. Whooshing Crocodile said, There's nothing we can do about it. We've just entered the sect and are only outer disciples. Now, we can't kill him or destroy his cultivation. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. Lin Tiandao. This is really annoying. Whooshing Crocodile said, There's nothing to be annoyed about. Anyway, we didn't suffer any losses. Lin Tian said, and then added, Moreover, this time I injected more thunder power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunders spell into his body than last time. After that, even a genuine immortal expert with a complete law of immortality would need at least 2 months to completely cure his injuries. As he spoke, he walked to the unconscious Zhou Huajun, intertwined thunder and lightning under his feet, and broke the bones in Zhou Huajun's right arm with 1 foot. The power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunders spell poured into Zhou Huajun's body. The pain woke Zhou Huajun up. Zhou Huajun's eyes were cold and furious, but just as he spat out the word "you," he screamed in pain. This was because Lin Tian's 2nd foot, which was mixed with the power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunder spell, broke the bones in his left arm. Then Lin Tian kicked again and broke Zhou Huajun's left and right legs, causing Zhou Huajun to scream again and again. Get lost. Lin Tiandao kicked Zhou Huajun tens of thousands of feet away, just like Zhou Huaqing, and he fell into the same immortal peak. Just like Zhou Huaqing, he used the power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunders spell to break Zhou Huajun's 4 limbs, and then left a large amount of power in Zhou Huajun's body. After that, Zhou Huajun woke up. Although he was a genuine immortal and had a complete law of immortality, it would still take him at least 2 months to fully heal his injuries. Suddenly, the courtyard became much quieter. This. Outside the courtyard, the crowd of cultivators who came to watch the show looked at Lin Tian in the courtyard, and many of them couldn't help but tremble. When they came here, everyone thought that Lin Tian was going to be miserable this time, because the one who came to cause trouble was the inner disciple Zhou Huajun, a genuine immortal expert. Lin Tian obviously hadn't reached the genuine immortal level, so it was impossible for him to stop Zhou Huajun no matter what. However, the result today made everyone tremble. It was completely different from what they had expected at the beginning. Lin Tian was safe and sound, but Zhou Huajun was in big trouble. He was beaten until he fainted, and then Lin Tian broke all 4 of his limbs, just like how he dealt with Zhou Huaqing. He was kicked out of the courtyard and rolled into an immortal peak tens of thousands of feet away, in a sorry and miserable state. Lin Tian stood in the courtyard, tilting his head to look at the crowd of onlookers outside the courtyard. The show is over. Everyone, if there's nothing else, please leave. My courtyard is quite damaged, and I still need to spend some time to fix it. You don't want to see me fix it, do you? Facing Lin Tian's gaze and hearing Lin Tian's words, the crowd of cultivators couldn't help but tremble. Go, we'll leave right away. Many people said. Then, in the next moment, the crowd of cultivators immediately retreated, like a swarm of bees, afraid that if they retreated too slowly, they would cause Lin Tian to be dissatisfied. They were really shocked by the scene in this place. Even the genuine immortal inner disciple, Zhou Huajun, was broken all 4 of his limbs by Lin Tian and sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. If Lin Tian was dissatisfied with them, they would definitely be in trouble. Then, in just a moment, the crowd of disciples of the Purple Shao treasure sect who came to watch the show all dispersed. This place had truly become quiet, and Shui jumped to Lin Tian's side and said, "You just entered the sect and already broke the limbs of Zhou Huacheng, who ranked first in the assessment, and 3 old outer disciples. You beat up Lu Yongxin, who was ranked 9th among the outer disciples. Now, you even broke the limbs of the genuine immortal inner disciple, Zhou Huajun, and sent him flying. Now, you're going to become a celebrity in the Purple Shao treasure sect. You also played a part in beating up Zhou Huajun. You didn't go easy on him." Lin Tian squinted at her, and Shui said with a smile, "I'm just a foil. Old Crocodile and little Tai Chu are also foils. You're the center of attention. The person who will be paid special attention to is definitely you, not us." What Shui said is right. Wuxing Crocodile agreed. But then he felt that Shui's words were not right. He said angrily, "Little girl, who are you calling Old Crocodile? Your grandpa Crocodile is in his prime. How is he old?" "Yes, an old crocodile in his prime." And Shui said, "Wuxing Crocodile." I hashtag in, and Shui looked at Lin Tian and said, "Speaking of which, were you the one who carved the formation pattern just now? I didn't expect you to have such a powerful formation technique. You can even suppress a genuine immortal powerhouse. Didn't I say at the beginning? A genuine immortal is nothing. If Zhou Huajun really dares to come here and cause trouble, I'll beat him up until his own mother can't recognize him." Lin Tian ondao. And Shui gave Lin Tian a thumbs up. "Amazing." As she said that, she looked at the sky that was about to darken and said, "It's getting late. I'll go back first. I'll come and play with you guys another day." Lin Tian nodded. "Okay." And Shui nodded. She waved goodbye to Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu, and quickly left the place. Chapter 1550. The damage to the courtyard was not too bad. Lin Tianji only took a few breaths to repair it. After all, he was now a half-step true immortal realm cultivator. It was easy for him to repair the damaged ground. "My cultivation is too low," he muttered to himself. When he was in the starry skies, he was already a hegemon-level character with few able to match him. But now that he was in the immortal realms, he had fallen to the lowest rung of society. Although he managed to force Zhou Huajun to retreat, causing his opponent to be in a miserable state, he was very clear that this was all because of the 1,000 restrictions, 10,000 seals grand formation that he had inscribed in advance. Otherwise, if he relied on his own strength, he wouldn't be Zhou Huajun's opponent at all. "I have to hurry up and cultivate. I have to increase my cultivation as soon as possible," he said. He paused for a while, then called Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu to go to the immortal spirit gorge of the Purple Harmony treasure sect to cultivate. The immortal spirit gorge was a cultivation paradise of the Purple Harmony treasure sect. The immortal spiritual energy there was very rich. It was mainly used by disciples below the half-step true immortal realm to cultivate. However, half-step true immortals could also go there. Now Lin Tianyi and the others had just come out from the refinement Dao Valley. They would only be able to cultivate again after a few days. At this time, Lin Tianji decided to cultivate in the immortal spirit gorge, where the immortal spiritual energy was very rich. Although training there was not as useful as training in the refinement Dao Valley, it was still much more effective than training in an ordinary place. He immediately left the small courtyard and soon arrived at the immortal spirit gorge of the Purple Harmony treasure sect with Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu. The immortal spirit gorge was similar to the refinement Dao Valley. It was also filled with stone rooms. The immortal spiritual energy in each stone room was very rich, much stronger than the outside world. When the three of them arrived at the place, they immediately began to cultivate. In an instant, 3 different divine lights appeared, intertwining and manifesting. While he was cultivating in the immortal spirit gorge with 5-element crocodile and little grand primordium, the news of inner sect disciple Zhou Huajun being crippled and sent flying had spread throughout the entire violet firmament treasure sect in the blink of an eye, causing everyone in the sect to be shocked. A new outer core disciple actually crippled Zhou Huajun, an inner core disciple of the genuine immortal realm, and sent him flying more than 100,000 feet away. That's too exaggerated. That new outer sect disciple who just entered the sect is at the true immortal realm. No, he seems to be a half-step true immortal. Half-step true immortal? How could a half-step true immortal cripple the limbs of a true immortal expert? That's impossible. How is that not possible? That is the truth. It is said that the new outer disciple had engraved a very terrifying great array in his residence. It directly suppressed Zhou Huajun, making it so that even the true immortal stage Zhou Huajun was incapable of resisting. He just entered the sect, but he already crippled the limbs of a true immortal inner disciple and kicked him away. What a ruthless man! All the cultivators in the Purple Harmony Treasure sect were shocked. Actually, before this, on the first day that ruthless person entered the sect, he crippled all 4 limbs of the new outer court disciple, who ranked first in the assessment and sent him flying. His name is Zhou Huacheng, who is also the clan brother of the inner court disciple Zhou Huajun. He also crippled all 4 limbs of the 3 outer court disciples who stood up for Zhou Huacheng and sent them flying. Those 3 people are still lying in bed now. Lu Yongxin, who ranked 9th among the outer disciples, provoked him and was beaten unconscious by that ruthless man and his 2 battle beasts. As the news of inner disciple Zhou Huajun being crippled spread, the news of Lin Tian crippling Zhou Huacheng, Zhang Zhanliwu and Feng Yinseng, as well as the news of Lu Yongxin, who was ranked 9th among the outer disciples, being beaten unconscious, spread in the sect along with the news of Lin Tian crippling inner disciple Zhou Huajun. For a moment, more people were shocked. Ruthless. Many people widened their eyes. He's only been in the sect for a few days, but he's already done so many ridiculous things. He's really... In the immortal spirit gorge, Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu were cultivating in silence. They used the rich, immortal spiritual qi in the immortal spirit gorge to strengthen their bodies and comprehend the immortal Tao. Their essence, spirit, and Tao power were all increasing. Of course, this speed of growth was far from comparable to cultivating in the refinement path valley. However, it was still much better than cultivating in an ordinary place. After that, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The time limit for their cultivation in the immortal spirit gorge was up. Let's go. Lin Tiandao called out to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu and left. Among the 3 precious cultivation grounds of the Purple Cloud Treasure Sect, the immortal spirit gorge and the refinement Tao Valley had a certain cultivation time limit. Only Wan Zhanlin didn't have such a restriction. He could go there to cultivate for as long as he wanted. It's been 5 days since the last time I cultivated in the Refinement Path Valley. Now I can go there again and condense my 3rd immortal core power. He said, after cultivating in the immortal spirit gorge for 5 days, they were infinitely close to condensing the 3rd strand of celestial origin energy. When they entered the Refinement Path Valley to cultivate again, he was sure that with the amazing immortal Taoist rhyme and the super tree of life, they would only need a few hours to condense the 3rd strand of celestial origin energy and increase their battle strength again. Let's go! Wuxing Crocodile urged. Lin Tiandao nodded and left the immortal spirit gorge, heading straight to the Refinement Path Valley. There was a certain distance between the immortal spirit gorge and the Refinement Path Valley. Along the way, there were many disciples of the Purple Harmony Treasure Sect. When they saw Lin Tiandao, they were all shocked. Some of the people who were heading to the Refinement Path Valley saw Lin Tiandao coming with Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu. They immediately made way for them with a fearful expression. The rumors about Lin Tiandao were really frightening. He had just entered the sect for a few days, but he had already done such a ridiculous thing. How could ordinary people not be afraid? Looks like your fierce name has already spread throughout the Purple Harmony Treasure Sect. Whooshing Crocodile clicked its tongue. From this scene, it wasn't hard to see that the news of Lin Tiandao crippling the inner disciple Zhou Huajun's limbs and kicking him away had spread throughout the Purple Harmony Treasure Sect. It had caused many ordinary disciples in the sect to be afraid of him. Lin Tiandao naturally guessed it, but he didn't care. His footsteps didn't change as he brought Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu to the Refinement Path Valley. He handed his disciple badge to a middle-aged deacon who was guarding the Refinement Path Valley for inspection. Then he brought Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu into the Refinement Path Valley and casually found a cultivation room to enter. This cultivation room was exactly the same as the one he chose a few days ago. It was like a small world with immortal herbs and flowers everywhere. At the center of the room was a vigorous old tree. The immortal Tao rhythm around the old tree was very dense, hundreds of times denser than the outside world. Lin Tiandao directly took out the super life form from his origin small world and placed it beside the vigorous old tree. Okay, let's start cultivating and condense the third immortal core power. Then, let's try to condense the fourth immortal core power. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Start, start, start. Whooshing Crocodile said. Then he and Little Taichu immediately activated their respective ancient scriptures and divine techniques. With the help of the super life form and the immortal Tao rhythm in this space that was hundreds of times denser than the outside world, they could comprehend the immortal Tao and condense their immortal core power. Lin Tiandao also activated the Sun Heart Sutra immediately. A faint golden divine light immediately intertwined on the surface of his body. Then, just like Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu, he also used the super life form and the immortal Tao rhythm in this space to comprehend his immortal Tao of Thunder and to condense the immortal core power of the immortal Tao of Thunder. Buzz! For a moment, the golden divine light around his body gradually became stronger, and the Tao light around him also became denser. Like this, time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. Boom! 6 hours later, a majestic force suddenly rippled out from his body, stirring up a fierce gust of wind around him. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed across his eyes. Half-step true immortal. 3 strands of immortal core power. He muttered to himself. After entering this place, with the help of the super life form and the immortal Tao rhythm that was hundreds of times stronger than the outside world, it took him 6 hours to finally condense his third strand of immortal Tao rhythm. The reason why it was so fast was that the immortal Tao rhythm in this place was very shocking. Secondly, the life force of the super life form was very useful for his comprehension of the immortal Tao. Another reason was that he, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu had cultivated in the immortal Spirit Canyon for 3 days. Compared to the last time he cultivated in the Refinement Path Valley, his comprehension of the immortal Tao of Thunder had improved by a lot. He was already at the critical point of condensing his third strand of immortal core power. Therefore, after entering the Refinement Path Valley to cultivate, he naturally condensed his third strand of immortal core power in a very short time. He sensed that his true immortal aura and immortal Tao aura were much denser than before. His divine soul was stronger, and his combat strength had increased significantly. As for the strength of his physique, there was not much change. In truth, his physique had already reached the limit of what his current cultivation could reach. Unless he stepped into the level of true immortals, it would be very difficult for his physique to increase in any obvious way. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, 2 gusts of wind swept out. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu broke through at the same time, condensing their third strand of immortal core power. Awesome! Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Little Taichu called out in its baby voice. Its big eyes became even brighter, and the six-colored divine light around its body became even denser. Naturally, their true immortal aura and immortal Tao aura were also stronger than before. Continue to cultivate and condense your fourth strand of immortal core power. Quickly raise your cultivation. Lin Tiandao. Immediately, the man and the two beasts continued to cultivate. With the help of the super tree of life and the rich immortal Tao rhyme in this place, they were able to comprehend their respective immortal Taos. Just like that, another 45 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the man and the two beasts woke up at the same time. Compared to when they condensed their third strand of immortal core power, their Tao energy was much more shocking and powerful. They were already very far away on the path of condensing their fourth strand of immortal core power. Let's go! Lin Tian called out to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu and left. Now, 48 hours had passed, and the time for cultivation in the Refinement Path Valley had come to an end. Let's go! Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian waved his hand and put away the super tree of life that was much weaker than before. He opened the stone door of the cultivation room with his disciple badge and walked out. Then he led Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu out of the Refinement Path Valley and returned to his residence. You're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I have something to tell you. Chapter 1551. Upon hearing in Shueishue's words, Lin Tian was slightly curious. He asked in Shueishue, "What's the matter?" Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu also looked at in Shueishue. "Well, it's like this." And Shueishue said, "Someone found a huge relic in the Pingjiang mountain range in Taining province. It's suspected to be a very powerful inheritance in Taining province. It's not weaker than the purple carefree treasure sect. It's said that there may be many Baodan elixirs in there that can directly improve a cultivator's cultivation. It's also suspected to be a precious weapon like a golden immortal artifact. Many cultivators have gone there." She continued, "I saw that you guys seem to have been busy cultivating and improving your cultivation recently, so I came to ask if you guys want to go there and have a look. Maybe you can find some good precious pills and immortal medicines there and directly improve your cultivation by a large amount." A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes when he heard this. "We're now at the half-step true immortal realm. Is there any Baodan elixir that can directly help us condense celestial core power?" he asked. Now he, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu were indeed busy cultivating and wanted to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. Now that Shueishue brought such news, they were naturally very interested. Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu also looked at Shueishue. "Well, I'm not 100% sure, but the probability is very high." And Shueishue said. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, "Okay, let's go and have a look." Since Shueishue said so, and they really wanted to improve their cultivation as soon as possible, they naturally had to go and have a look. "Are you going too?" he asked in Shueishue. And Shueishue said, "If you're going, I'll go too." "I think so too." Lin Tian smiled and said, "Then let's go. Let's hurry up. If we get there too late, even if there is anything good inside, it will all be taken away." Wuxing Crocodile urged. "Oh, you don't have to worry about that." And Shueishue said, "I heard that the immortal sect ruins are now shrouded in a very thick miasma with a very powerful evil aura. Even genuine immortals don't dare to get close. Otherwise they will be corroded by the miasma. I heard that the miasma will take about 7 days to completely disperse. At that time we can really enter the ruins. If we rush there from Purple Shao Treasure Sect, it will take us at least 6 days to get there, so there's no need to hurry." "That's even better. Let's go. We'll take our time." Lin Tiandao. On this day, the two men and two beasts directly left Purple Shao Treasure Sect and headed toward the ruins mentioned by Shueishue. The Immortal Sect ruins were located in the Pingjiang mountain range in the southeast region of Taining province. It was a little far from Purple Shao treasure sect. The two men and two beasts flew at a relatively fast speed. After about 5 days, they finally arrived at the periphery of the Pingjiang mountain range. The mountain range was so vast that it was a little frightening. Looking from the sky, it was almost impossible to see the border. The two men and two beasts descended from the void and walked into the mountain range on foot. Gradually, they saw many cracks on the ground, and as they walked toward the center of the mountain range, more cracks appeared on the ground. After dozens of breaths, they came to a place where the ground had collapsed. The area of the collapse was also frighteningly large. It spread from the center of the Pingjiang mountain range to the outside, and the collapsed part occupied about 90% of the vast mountain range. The collapsed part was hundreds of feet deep, and there was a very thick miasma around it. It was gray and black in color. Looking through the miasma, one could vaguely see a dilapidated palace inside. Outside some of the dilapidated palaces, one could vaguely see some very ancient Tao patterns. It really did look like the Immortal Sect ruins. The Immortal Sect ruins were originally buried underground. Because of some special reasons, the ground of this mountain range had a huge collapse, and then the ruins were exposed. Lin Tiandao, whooshing crocodile, nodded. It seems so. At this time, this place was already crowded with cultivators. The weakest was at the peak of the Eternal Realm, and there are even many genuine immortals. Obviously, they had heard that the Immortal Sect ruins had appeared here, and they had come for the many treasures that might be in the ruins. Lin Tiandao could not help but sigh again. There were so many experts in the Immortal Realm. If such a group of people were placed in the starry sky, they would definitely be able to sweep the starry sky, and no one could stop them. But in the Immortal Realm, they were nothing. He shook his head and looked ahead again. Outside the Celestial Sect ruins underground, grayish-black miasma lingered outside. It had a very dense evil aura, which made him feel a chill down his spine. Clearly, that miasma was very dangerous. And through this miasma, he glanced at the Immortal Sect ruins behind it and occasionally saw flashes of spiritual light intertwining. It seems that there are treasures. His eyes flashed. Looking from this place, the spiritual light that occasionally flashed behind the miasma gave him a very extraordinary feeling. At the same time, Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu naturally noticed this. When they saw the spiritual light intertwining in the Immortal Sect ruins, they both felt an extraordinary aura. The news from an LV seems to be quite reliable. Whooshing Crocodile said, "Of course. Who am I? I have never been unreliable." And LV was quite proud. Lin Tiandao looked at an LV's complacent look and wanted to laugh. Then he looked at the Immortal Sect ruins in front of him again. Outside the ruins, gray miasma lingered. The evil aura was very strong and was fading little by little. It seems that it will all dissipate in about 2 days. Lin Tiandao, Whooshing Crocodile, nodded. Through the dissipation trend of the miasma, it was easy to predict when the miasma would completely disappear. Speaking of which, how did this miasma come about? It was a little curious. Why do you care how it came about? After it dissipates, just go in and look for treasures and immortal herbs. And LV said. Whooshing Crocodile rolled its eyes at her, but it did not think about it anymore. Lin Tiandao stood aside and stared at the Immortal Sect ruins behind the miasma. He did not move at all, but dragon patterns spread out from the soles of his feet. They sank into the ground from the soles of his feet and extended to the Immortal Sect ruins like a spider web to explore it. "Hey, I didn't expect to find such a beauty on a trip here. Not bad at all." Suddenly, a lewd voice rang out. Not far away, 3 men walked toward Lin Tiandao and the others. The leader was a young man in a golden robe. He was in the half-step true immortal realm and had condensed 4 strands of celestial core power. His eyes were fixed on an LV. The other two men behind him were also in the half-step true immortal realm. Their cultivations were slightly weaker than the young man in the golden robe, but they had also condensed 3 strands of celestial core power. One was in a black robe, and the other was in a green robe. There were many cultivators around this place. Many of them saw the young man in the golden robe and were all shocked. This is Jean Qilin, the son of the leader of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect. He is also here. The Golden Feather Treasure Sect, together with the Purple Freedom Treasure Sect, the Hunjen Treasure Sect, the Xian Treasure Sect, the Blazing Flame Treasure Sect, the Rosy Treasure Sect, the Dark Ink Treasure Sect, the Crimson Treasure Sect, the Burning Wind Treasure Sect, and the Celestial Treasure Sect, were the 10 most powerful treasure sects in Taining Province. Most of the cultivators in Taining Province knew about the son of the leader of this sect. When they saw him, their expressions changed slightly. The young man in the golden robe was called Jean Qilin. With a lewd look in his eyes, he quickly came to Lin Tianyi and the others. He completely ignored Lin Tiandao, who was with an LV, and his eyes fell on an LV. He looked at an LV wantonly with an evil smile on his face. Not bad at all. Come to my side and then follow me. As he spoke, he directly raised his hand to grab an LV's hand. An LV dodged to the side and looked at Jean Qilin. Get lost. If you dare to touch me again, I'll castrate you. She was very unhappy with the lewd look in Jean Qilin's eyes. She knew very well what Jean Qilin wanted to do to her. At this time, her face was full of disgust. Lin Tian. This girl suddenly became very fierce and said, I'll castrate you. However, he liked it. This was because he didn't like people like Jean Qilin very much. He could see that Jean Qilin had harmed many women over the years. However, at this time, he was not prepared to make a move. He quietly watched from the side because he had long felt that an LV was very powerful. Ordinary cultivators were absolutely no match for an LV. Around them, the other cultivators could not help but be shocked when they heard Shui's words. I'll castrate you. This girl, that's Jean Qilin, the son of the master of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect. How could she talk to him like that? Many people were shocked and then shook their heads. Alas, I'm afraid this girl's ending will be. Jean Qilin's reputation was well known to many cultivators in Taining Province. He was a lecherous and insidious man who had defiled too many women over the years. Some of the young women who had resisted were brutally murdered after being humiliated. Now, these people shook their heads when they heard an LV say, I'll castrate you to Jean Qilin. They seemed to have foreseen that an LV's ending would be as miserable as those women who had resisted Jean Qilin. Jean Qilin narrowed his eyes and looked somewhat sinister. He looked at an LV even more aggressively. Castrate me? Sure, then let's go to the bed. I'll take off my clothes and see how you castrate me. With that, he stretched out his hand again and pulled an LV's hand. An LV's eyes flashed with a cold light. He lifted his leg and intertwined strands of divine radiance. Like a bolt of lightning, his leg landed firmly on Jean Qilin's crotch. With a muffled bang, Jean Qilin clutched his crotch and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Bright red blood spread from his crotch and dyed his hands red. Lin Tian. Chapter 1552. Ah! Jean Qilin screamed as he clutched his crotch. Blood seeped out and dyed his hands and legs red. Young master! Behind him, the black-clothed youth and the green-clothed man's expressions changed. At the same time, the other cultivators nearby also changed their expressions and couldn't help but tremble. These cultivators were shocked, and Shui dared to attack the young master of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect. She even dared to kick his crotch, which was now broken. Some of the cultivators looked at the blood on Jean Qilin's crotch and couldn't help but tremble and involuntarily clamp their legs together. And Shui is ruthless. That's Lin's style. The whooshing crocodile stared at him. Usually, although Shui was not very delicate, she was far from being as fierce as she was now. It gave it a fright. Lin Tian glanced at Jin Jilin and smiled faintly. People like him should be treated like Shui. Ah! Jin Jilin screamed as he fell to the ground and convulsed. He didn't stand up for a long time, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Kill this bitch! Kill everyone who's with her! He clutched his crotch and roared at the black-clothed and green-clothed youth. At this moment, that place was shattered by Shui's kick. The intense pain was difficult to suppress, making him unable to even use his strength. More importantly, he was unable to repair the broken part of his body. This made him both shocked and angry. The black-clothed and green-clothed youths immediately looked at Shui. Bitch, you're courting death. With that, the green-clothed youth stepped towards Shui and slapped Shui's cheek. At the same time, the black-clothed youth raised his hand and pressed down on Shui's side. Lin Tian. Jin Jilin had ordered them to kill Shui and all the people within Shui. How arrogant! Lin Tian smiled faintly when he saw the black-clothed young man coming at him. He grabbed the young man's wrist and twisted it hard. Immediately, a crisp cracking sound was heard, and the bones in the black-clothed young man's hand were completely shattered. Ah! The black-clothed youth immediately screamed. Lin Tian raised his leg and landed a kick on the black-clothed youth's chest, sending him flying over 1,000 feet away. Almost at the same time, Shui kicked the other young man in green and scolded. You're the slut! Your whole family are sluts! Little bitch! Little bastard! All of you must die! Jin Jilin covered his crotch as he watched his two attendants being kicked away by Lin Tian and Shui. His eyes became even more furious and sinister. Lin Tian glanced at Jin Jilin from the corner of his eyes. He stomped his right leg on the ground, creating a ring of divine light that landed on his opponent's body. Ah! Jin Jilin screamed again as Lin Tian's divine light landed on his body, shattering all the bones in his body. He looked at Lin Tian and said, You, get lost. Lin Tian moved his leg again, creating a ring of divine light that landed on Jin Jilin's body again. With a bang, Jin Jilin screamed again as he was sent flying thousands of feet away by the ring of divine light. This scene caused the cultivators in the area to be shocked once more. This person, some people looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but tremble. And Shui had smashed Jin Jilin's crotch with one kick. Lin Tian didn't hold back either. He first shattered all the bones in Jin Jilin's body and then sent him flying thousands of feet away. This is the young master of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect. These two, how can they be so bold? Everyone's hearts trembled. Lin Tian naturally noticed these people's gazes and heard their discussions, but he didn't care. Little Shui, you're quite decisive with your kick. He teased in Shui, and Shui snorted and said, Look at that bastard's appearance. He must have harmed a lot of girls. It wouldn't be too much for me to kill him. As a woman, she hated people like Jin Jilin the most. Lin Tian smiled and gave Shui a thumbs up. Then he looked at the immortal sect ruins in front of him again. Dragon marks spread out from the soles of his feet as he explored the ruins. The dragon burial scripture was extraordinary, so the dragon marks were naturally very powerful. They pierced through the miasma, lingering outside the ruins, and entered the immortal sect ruins to explore the items inside. Soon, an hour passed, and a glint flashed across his eyes. He used the dragon marks to enter the immortal sect ruins. At this time, he found a dilapidated herb garden. There were many precious herbs and immortal plants inside. Some of them were withered, but some were growing very well. They were intertwined with incomparably dense immortal spiritual energy and immortal light, which could definitely help them condense new immortal energy quickly. Follow me, he called out to Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu. Where are we going? And Shui was curious. Just follow me. Lin Tiandao. He led and Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu away from this place and walked around the periphery of the ruins. Soon, they arrived at a place where they could not see anyone else and stopped. What are we doing here? And Shui was a little puzzled. I found some good things inside that will be very useful to us. Let's go in and refine them first. Lin Tiandao. What? You found some good things inside? And Shui was stunned. The miasma outside the ruins hasn't completely dissipated. It will take about 2 days for it to completely disappear. You've already found some good things inside? How did you find them? Also, let's go in first. How can we go in now? This miasma can even corrode a true immortal. We're only half a step away from the true immortal realm now. There's still a long way to go before we reach the true immortal realm. She looked at Lin Tian with a very surprised expression. She did not understand why Lin Tian would suddenly say such a thing. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu's eyes lit up. Whooshing Crocodile said, "Are you confident that we can go in now?" It knew that Lin Tian had the Dragon Burial Scripture. That ancient scripture had endless magical uses. Lin Tiani must have used the Dragon Burial Scripture to find some good things inside the ruins through the miasma layer outside the ruins. At this time, it could also guess that Lin Tian wanted to rely on the Dragon Burial Scripture to bring them in. As for why he brought them here, it was probably because there was no one else in this place. It could prevent others from seeing them pass through the miasma layer and enter the ruins. This was because if others saw them pass through the miasma layer and enter before everyone else, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. No problem. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he moved his mind slightly. Strands of dragon tattoos immediately intertwined like ribbons. Soon they enveloped himself, and Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu. Strands of faint dragon tattoos intertwined with each other. What's this? And Shui was curious. He reached out and poked the dragon tattoos that Lin Tian had intertwined. Don't move. Follow me. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he glanced around. After confirming that there was no one else around except for them, he directly led and Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu into the immortal sect ruins shrouded in miasma. And Shui was quite frightened by this action. Hey, you're going straight in. This miasma is very dangerous. Chi! A soft sound was heard, interrupting her next words. Looking around, Lin Tian's dragon tattoos were intertwined outside. The moment the miasma touched the dragon tattoos, it immediately vibrated and rippled. Then it automatically moved to the sides and was completely separated by the dragon tattoos that were intertwined like ribbons outside. This, and Shui immediately widened his eyes. Lin Tian actually had a way to isolate this terrifying miasma that even perfected immortals couldn't do anything about. What kind of technique is this? It's so powerful. She asked Lin Tian in shock. Lin Tiani smiled. The Dragon Burial Scripture was left behind by celestial Venerable Zonglong. It had endless magical uses and could be said to have stolen the fortune of heaven and earth. Although the miasma in this place was powerful and could corrode perfected immortals, the power of the Dragon Burial Scripture could completely isolate it. He used the dragon tattoos to open a path and slowly walked forward, passing through the miasma layer. After about 10 breaths, the miasma around them was no longer there. He used the dragon tattoos to lead in Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu completely through the miasma layer outside the immortal sect ruins and appeared inside the immortal sect ruins behind the miasma layer. Looking around, the ruins were very vast and huge. There were broken palaces everywhere, and some floating treasure islands had fallen to the ground. Many broken ancient buildings had dense Dao tattoos on them, but most of them were already damaged. We really came in safe and sound. And Shui was shocked and looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. You're too powerful. Just barely. Lin Tian smiled. Whooshing Crocodile said, the miasma outside the immortal sect ruins will completely disperse in 2 days. Only then can other people come in. During these 2 days, the immortal sect ruins will completely belong to us. Let's hurry up and search for treasures. Its eyes lit up as it looked at Lin Tiandao. Kid, where are the good things you mentioned just now? Let's go quickly and get them. Lin Tian nodded. Let's go. Without hesitation, he immediately led and Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu in a fixed direction. In the immortal sect ruins, the space was a little dim, and the air was a little cold. He used the dragon tattoos to search for a dilapidated herb garden and remembered clearly where it was. Soon, he led in Shui and the others to the herb garden. As far as the eye could see, the herb garden was not small. It was roughly a few hundred square meters. The soil inside was not ordinary. Some of the soil was dry, while some of the soil was still preserved. There were many natural treasures growing inside, intertwined with rich, immortal spiritual energy and immortal Tao light. There was even a lot of treasure light lingering around, illuminating the space in wisps of light. Immortal transformation fruit, Taoist heart treasured lotus, 5-flame fire fruit. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the many natural treasures in the herb garden, and its eyes lit up. These are all treasures that can help a cultivator quickly condense celestial core power. They're all very useful to us. Take them all. Lin Tiandao. Immediately, the 2 men and 2 beasts quickly took action, and in the blink of an eye, all the natural treasures in the herb garden were collected. With these things, we can at least condense a new strand of celestial core power at the same time in a very short time. Chapter 1553. Whooshing Crocodile was very excited to find so many natural treasures in a dilapidated herb garden in the ruins of an immortal sect. Lin Tian was also very happy, but he appeared to be very calm. After all, he had already found these things in this place with the dragon burial scripture when they were still outside the ruins. Let's refine these immortal herbs now, then we'll go to other places and see if there are other treasures. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian thought for a moment, then nodded and said, All right, let's refine them first, then we'll look for other treasures. The immortal transformation fruit and Tao heart treasured lotus that they had found in the herb garden were extremely precious natural treasures. Not only did they contain shocking amounts of immortal qi and fragments of the immortal path, but they could also increase the speed of a cultivator comprehending the immortal path and refining their immortal core by thousands of times. He roughly estimated that it would only take them 4 hours to refine the natural treasures and form new immortal core. After 4 hours, they still had a lot of time to search for treasures before the miasma dissipated and the other cultivators entered the ruins. The 2 men and 2 beasts immediately started refining the immortal transformation fruit and Tao heart treasured lotus in the dilapidated herb garden. For different kinds of God rays and Tao glows immediately surrounded them. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Bang, 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 bang. For hours later, the 2 men and 2 beasts refined their immortal core at almost the same time with the help of the Tao heart, treasured lotus, and the other natural treasures. Their cultivation improved. Lin Tian checked his body. The divine force in his body was more abundant, and his divine sense and divine spirit were stronger too. His battle strength was a lot stronger than before. At the same time, he clearly sensed in Shui's cultivation. He had refined 5 streams of immortal core, which was a lot stronger than him, Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Let's go and take a look at other places, he said. In 4 hours, the group had refined many heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this place. Each of them had condensed a new celestial core power. At this time, they should go to the ruins to look for other treasures. He felt that there should be a lot of treasures here. Let's go. Whooshing Crocodile said, In 2 days we must search through the ruins and take away all the valuable things before others come in. Yeah, Little Taichu called out in a childish voice, expressing the same meaning as whooshing crocodile. Lin Tian didn't say anything, but his thoughts were naturally the same. They left the herb garden and walked to other parts of the ruins. The ruins were very vast. It was enough to imagine that the immortal sect here was really extraordinary. It was definitely not inferior to the Purple Harmony treasure sect. As they walked, there were broken walls and ruins everywhere. There were many places where they could see extremely exquisite Tao patterns. However, these Tao patterns had been damaged and annihilated. They no longer had the slightest trace of their former power. The two men and two beasts walked among the ruins. Soon, they arrived in front of a relatively well-preserved palace. Standing outside the palace, they could feel a very fierce, murderous aura. Occasionally, they could faintly hear the faint sound of weapons. There are precious weapons inside. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian didn't hesitate and stepped directly into the palace. They walked all the way and soon arrived in front of a sealed stone room. This stone room was located inside the palace. It was relatively well preserved. There were densely packed Tao patterns and array seals on it. Some places were dim, but some places were still emitting a faint light. Whooshing Crocodile stretched out its claws and tried to push the stone door open. It was immediately knocked back by some of the Tao patterns on it. There is still a lot of power left. It frowned, and Shui also stepped forward to try, but it was also knocked back. Although the Tao patterns and array seals on it are damaged, no one below the true immortal realm can break it. She also frowned. Lin Tian looked at the stone door in front of him. After a pause, his right hand moved slightly. He used the four-symbol seal and the Heavenly One Soul technique together. The four-symbol seal intertwined with a faint silver light. The Heavenly One Soul technique showed traces of soul light. He combined the two and pressed against the stone door in front of him. Light, rays intertwined as the four symbols, seal, combined with the Heavenly One Soul art imprinted itself on the stone door. Immediately, a series of sizzling sounds were heard. In the next moment, the Tao inscriptions on the stone door, which were originally emitting a faint light, completely dimmed. You directly erased them? And Shui was shocked. Previously, she had sensed that although many of the Tao patterns on the stone door were damaged, cultivators below the true immortal realm would definitely not be able to deal with them. She did not expect that Lin Tian would be able to directly destroy them. It's no big deal. I'm better at breaking Tao patterns and array seals. Lin Tian said with a smile. The four symbols, seal, had the power of annihilation. It could seal and destroy everything. It was not difficult to erase the Tao patterns. The Heavenly One Soul technique was left behind by the Formation Emperor, Heavenly Sovereign. It was an unparalleled array technique. It was very easy to erase the broken array seals here. You're really amazing. The terrifying miasma outside the ruins passed through with a strange technique. You easily erased the powerful Tao patterns and array seals here. It's really... She looked at Lin Tian with a shocked expression. Don't worship me too much. Lin Tian joked casually. Then he pressed his hand against the stone door of the stone room. With a slight push, the stone door was pushed open. In an instant, an extremely frightening murderous aura rushed out from behind the stone door. It was incomparably oppressive. Lin Tian had just pushed open the stone door when he was greeted by the murderous aura. He was almost sent flying. His strong body trembled violently and he felt an intense pain. The impact almost caused cracks to appear on his body. "Kid, are you okay?" Whooshing Crocodile asked Lin Tiandao. Naturally, he had also sensed the terrifying murderous aura rushing out from behind the stone door. Lin Tian was standing in front of them, so he bore most of the terrifying murderous aura. "I'm fine." Lin Tian shook his head. He paused for a moment to adjust his qi, blood, and breathing. Then he led Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu into the room. As far as the eye could see, The stone room was filled with all kinds of weapons, all of which were shining with a cold light. There were a lot of soul treasures and eternal weapons, and there were also quite a few true immortal weapons. There were probably hundreds of them, causing Lin Tian and the others to be shocked. The value of hundreds of true immortal weapons added together was not small. Lin Tian's eyes swept across the precious weapons. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a broken black sword. It was densely intertwined with runes and was full of cracks. However, it was surrounded by an aura that made him feel frightened. He raised his hand and grabbed it. Then he immediately felt a sharp pain in his palm, as if he had been pricked by a needle. His hand, which was holding the broken black sword, could not help but tremble. This is a gold immortal weapon, and Shueishue's eyes showed some surprise. Then he shook his head and said, "However, it seems to be very damaged. Its power is at most about 1/10 of a complete gold immortal weapon. Moreover, it can only be used 2 or 3 times. After that, it will self-destruct. That's not bad. It's far more powerful than a true immortal weapon." Lin Tiandao. He roughly estimated that with his current cultivation, he could definitely kill a true immortal early-stage cultivator with this broken black sword. He waved his right hand slightly and put the broken black sword into his body. Then he put away the other precious weapons as well. Overall, there was an incomplete golden immortal artifact, hundreds of genuine immortal artifacts, thousands of eternal weapons and soul treasures, and countless precious weapons of other levels. When put together, it could be said to be an extraordinary treasure with an astonishing value. "Let's have a look at other places," he said. After leaving this place, he led Shueishue, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu to explore other places in the ruins. They broke through one dilapidated palace after another. Soon, they opened a secret room that was relatively well preserved. There were still many Dao runes and array seals on it. Until now, some of the Dao runes were still shining and contained great power. However, this was nothing to Lin Tian. He activated the 4-symbol seal and the heavenly one-soul technique, and in the blink of an eye he erased the Dao runes and array seals and opened the door to the secret room. In an instant, a very amazing medicinal fragrance rushed out of the attic, causing the 2 men and 2 beasts to tremble. All the pores on their bodies could not help but open up. Looking around, there were rows of white jade shelves in the secret room. Many small jade bottles were placed on each shelf, and the whole secret room was enveloped in a vast medicinal fragrance. 100-path immortal pill, profound snow pill, soaring dragon mother pill, heaven returning pill, purple nourishing immortal pill, black north secret pill. Lin Tian glanced at the many small jade bottles and read out the words on the small jade bottles. His eyes shone with a bright light. There were many small jade bottles in the secret room, and there were at least hundreds of kinds of baodan. Among them, there were 5 kinds of baodan that could help a half-step true immortal to quickly condense new celestial core power. Its effect was many times more amazing than the treasured lotus of Tao and other treasures of heaven and earth. With some of the baodan in this secret room, we can condense new celestial core power in a short time and improve our cultivation by another level. The Wuxing Crocodile was very excited. Lin Tian nodded and waved his hand. He put away all the baodan, leaving only 5 kinds of baodan that could help a half-step true immortal to quickly comprehend the immortal way and condense celestial core power. Let's refine them here. It will take about 6 hours to condense new celestial core power. Then we'll go to other places to look, he said. Now, more than half of the ruins had been searched by them. Only a small part of the ruins had not been searched yet. There was still more than a day before the miasma outside the ruins completely dissipated. In this way, there was still time to refine these treasure pills to condense new celestial core power in this place, and then go to the other small part of the ruins to search. There was still time. They could thoroughly search this part of the ruins before the other cultivators entered this place after the miasma dissipated. All the valuable things could be found and taken away. Chapter 1554. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Wuxing Crocodile immediately nodded. After refining the Baodan found in this place, it could condense a new strand of celestial core power in the shortest amount of time. At this time it was rather impatient. Let's begin. Lin Tiandao. He put away most of the Baodan found here, but he kept a few Baodan that could help condense celestial core power quickly. He shared some with Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu. Begin. Rush to condense the fifth strand of celestial core power. Wuxing Crocodile said. Then it immediately operated its ancient scripture heart technique to refine the Baodan found here. At the same time, Shui and Little Taichu also began to refine the Baodan here. Soon, faint divine light intertwined around their bodies, and their Tao light became stronger. Lin Tian paused and also operated the Heart Sutra of Sun to refine the Baodan here that could quickly condense celestial core power. For a moment, he directly sensed the existence of the immortal way of thunder. His understanding of the immortal way of thunder was incomparably clear. With the help of the Baodan here, he was able to comprehend the immortal way at an extremely fast speed. The Baodan contained many fragments of the immortal way. At this moment, refining this Baodan did not allow him to directly condense new celestial core power. Instead, it increased the speed of his comprehension of the immortal way by thousands of times, just like the previous treasures of heaven and earth. With this, he could quickly comprehend the immortal way and then condense new strands of celestial core power at an extremely fast speed. He sat cross-legged in this secret room, refining the Baodan here. The speed of his comprehension of the immortal way of thunder was extremely fast, and his control of the immortal way of thunder was getting deeper and deeper. The Tao light around his body was getting stronger and stronger. Just like that, for hours passed in the blink of an eye. Relying on the Baodan here, his comprehension of the thunder immortal Tao reached a new height. He used his divine sense of origin to guide out a strand of the thunder immortal Tao origin Tao seal and slowly pulled it into his body, fusing it with his flesh and blood to condense new immortal energy. This process was comparatively simple. In next to no time, he condensed the fifth strand of immortal energy from the quintessence Tao seal that fused into his body, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to become much stronger, while his combat strength increased once more. All right, he muttered to himself as a faint light flashed across his eyes. Almost at the same time, several other tyrannical auras were emitted. And Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu successively used Baodan to condense new celestial elemental powers, increasing their cultivation by another level. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu condensed 5 strands of celestial elemental powers, and Shui condensed 6 strands of celestial elemental powers, increasing their strength by a bit. Wuxing Crocodile laughed heartily. To continuously condense 2 strands of celestial elemental powers in one day, this kind of progress was really too fast, and he was very happy. Let's go and take a look at the other places. Lin Tiandao. The Baodan in this place was all taken away. They left the secret room and went to search the other half of the space in the ruins. After this, another day passed very quickly. They finished searching the last half of the space in the ruins and found many valuable things, all of which were considered to be extraordinary. It was also at this time that the space trembled slightly, and the black miasma outside the ruins became incomparably faint. Soon after, it completely dissipated. Whoosh! 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 The sound of breaking through the air rang out in the blink of an eye, coming from all directions. Looking from afar, densely packed figures rushed in together. At this time, the miasma outside the ruins had completely dissipated, and the many cultivators who had been waiting outside all rushed into the ruins. There's nothing left, leaving them with empty ruins. Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but laugh again. Lin Tian brought them in 2 days in advance with the dragon mark. In this ruin, all the valuable things had been found and taken away by them. Now, there was nothing left in this ruin. We're the big winners. And Shui couldn't help but laugh. And then he looked at Lin Tiandao. It's all thanks to you. You're really amazing. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, Let's go, let's leave. Let's go, let's go. Whooshing Crocodile said. At this time, they were not in a hurry. They stepped on the ruins calmly and walked out of the ruins. Inside the ruins, a large group of cultivators rushed in. There were many of them, and they quickly passed through the ruins, searching everywhere. Why is there nothing here? It's completely just ruins. Let's look again. Voices echoed in the ruins. Strange, when we were outside, we clearly saw a very special spiritual light, but when we came in, we couldn't find it at all. Someone was puzzled. Keep looking. There's definitely something good in here. Other voices were heard. Immediately, the cultivators who entered the ruins began to search crazily. Some of them even used divine spells. Lin Tianyi and the others walked out of the ruins. Their steps were very calm, and they naturally heard the discussions of the cultivators who entered. Speaking of which, when we were outside the ruins, we did see a very special spiritual light. It was very extraordinary, but in these 2 days we didn't find anything related to that special spiritual light. Whooshing Crocodile said, and Shui nodded. That's right, it's indeed a little strange. Lin Tian was actually a little confused. Previously, through the miasma outside the ruins, they occasionally saw a very special spiritual light that vaguely showed 3 different colors. However, in these 2 days in the ruins, they didn't find anything with the strange tricolored light. They didn't even see the tricolored light again. After a pause, he said, We've already searched everywhere in here. It's fine if we can't find it, but let's… Boom! Suddenly, the ruins shook violently as if there was a huge earthquake, interrupting Lin Tian's words. As far as the eye could see, in the central area of the ruins, a thick black miasma light beam suddenly rushed up. It was intertwined with an extremely shocking evil aura, as if it could corrode everything. Moreover, in this miasma, there were strands of tricolored spiritual light that were very conspicuous. The 2 people and 2 beasts were shocked at the same time. They were just discussing the tricolored spiritual light that they found before. But at this time, this spiritual light directly appeared at this time. Moreover, it was denser than the tricolored spiritual light that they saw outside the ruins 2 days ago, and its aura was very shocking. Let's go and take a look. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. They were about to leave, but at this time they saw the tricolored spiritual light that they found and cared about before suddenly rushing up. Naturally, they wanted to take a look. Let's go. Lin Tian nodded. Immediately, the 2 people and 2 beasts turned around and quickly came to the central area of the ruins. At this time, in this place, the grayish-black miasma spread, and the ground collapsed, revealing a large hole. There was actually another vast space below, and a lot of grayish-black miasma rushed out. The tricolored spiritual light also rushed up from below. Chapter 1555. The central area of the immortal sect ruins collapsed, and the 3-colored spirit light, accompanied by the black miasma, rushed up, shocking Lin Tian and the others. No wonder we didn't find it in the ruins before. It turns out that it wasn't in the ruins. Lin Tian was moved. There was actually a space under the ruins. The 3-colored spirit light that they had seen by chance outside the ruins actually flashed out from this underground space. The 3-colored spirit light has an amazing Tao power entangled in it, and Shui's eyes lit up. At the same time, there were more cultivators around this place. All of them had a look of surprise in their eyes. They all felt an amazing Tao power in the 3-colored spirit light. There must be a great treasure down there. Someone said. Many people looked at the underground space, their eyes gleaming. The underground world shook, and the black miasma continued to rush out. However, it gradually became fainter, and the three-colored spirit light that rushed out with this miasma also became much fainter. Lin Tian and the others came to this place and stared at the underground world. "Kid, let's go down and take a look?" Whooshing Crocodile asked Lin Tiandao. There was an amazing Dao power intertwined in the three-colored spirit light. It could imagine that the thing that emitted this light must be very extraordinary and would be of great use to them. Lin Tian nodded when he heard this. Of course. He was also very interested in the three-colored spirit light. The black miasma rushed out bit by bit and then completely faded. Go down. A voice sounded. At that moment, the sound of air breaking was heard one after another. A group of cultivators directly rushed into the underground world. They didn't find anything in this immortal sect ruins. At this time, such an underground world was revealed, and such an extraordinary three-colored spirit light was intertwined. These cultivators could imagine that there was an extraordinary treasure down there. Naturally, they wouldn't let go of this opportunity. In the blink of an eye, at least hundreds of cultivators stepped into the underground world. Come, let's go down too. Lin Tian called out to Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Tai Chu. Immediately, the two humans and two beasts entered the underground world. Very soon, they landed on the ground of the underground world. The soil was very moist and the air was gloomy. It was somewhat stifling. I don't know where the source of the three-colored light is located in this underground space. Whooshing Crocodile glanced around. Find them quickly. And Shui clenched his fists, and his eyes lit up even brighter. He also sized up this space, looking for the source of the three-colored spiritual light. In fact, after entering this underground world, the previous tricolored spirit light could no longer be seen. Clearly, the tricolored divine light emitted by the tricolored spirit light had accumulated in this space over the years. Then, after passing through the broken layer of earth, the tricolored spirit light that had gathered in this space rushed out. Therefore, now that they were in this underground space, the tricolored spirit light could no longer be seen. As for the tricolored spiritual light seen in the ruins, it was probably transmitted from the underground world to the ruins above through some gaps in the soil. Let's look around. Lin Tiandao. This underground space was very vast and there were many mountain ranges. However, most of them were very low and the vegetation was very sparse. Lin Tiani and the others walked in this underground world. Their half-step true immortal divine thoughts spread out, searching for the tricolored spirit light. Soon, several hours passed, and they stepped into the continuous mountain ranges of this underground world. These mountain ranges were shrouded in a faint-in mist, which had an amazing corrosive power. However, it had a great impact on Lin Tian and the others. After all, the two humans and two beasts' cultivation was not bad. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound rang out, and a group of rotten corpses rushed out from the mountains. With a very pungent smell, they rushed toward the two humans and two beasts. These rotten corpses were not weak. They were almost at the level of a true immortal. Their bodies were covered in black scales, and the aura of death was very strong. Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed out the 5 heaven-shaking thunders technique. The power of thunder was mixed in, and in the blink of an eye, the rotten corpses were defeated. A few rotten corpses that are as fast as a true immortal, but you killed them so easily. And Shui was a little surprised. It's not a big deal. I just happen to have mastered a secret thunder technique that can restrain evil. Lin Tiandao and Shui's eyes widened. It can penetrate the miasma that can corrode even a true immortal, and it can destroy the Dao pattern array seal that only experts above the true immortal realm can deal with. Now, you have a special thunder technique that can restrain evil that is infinitely close to the level of a true immortal, and you can easily kill the evil corpses that are as fast as a true immortal. How many special techniques have you mastered? The power of thunder could indeed restrain evil monsters, but its restraining power should not be so strong. It was really shocking that he could so easily destroy the evil corpses that were infinitely close to the level of a true immortal. She was even more surprised when she recalled the shocking things Lin Tian had done before. She stared at Lin Tian with wide eyes. "I have mastered many techniques. Oh, I am omniscient and omnipotent." Lin Tian smiled, and Shui rolled her eyes. "Show off." Lin Tianyi smiled. He walked within Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu. Soon, they encountered many evil spirits and evil spirits. However, they were all dealt with very easily. After that, the 2 men and 2 beasts went deeper into the underground space. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled far away. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He stared at Dark Mountain that was hundreds of thousands of feet away. Compared to the other mountains in the underground space, Dark Mountain was much taller. When he arrived here, his powerful divine consciousness had been spreading out to explore the surroundings. At this moment, he sensed an aura that was exactly the same as the 3-colored spirit light that he had sensed before. He briefly told Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu about this matter. This caused the eyes of Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu to light up. "Let's go, let's hurry over," Wuxing Crocodile urged. Lin Tian nodded. The group immediately headed towards Dark Mountain. Their cultivation was extraordinary now. The distance of hundreds of thousands of feet was covered in the blink of an eye. They stepped into Dark Mountain. Then, relying on his powerful divine consciousness, Lin Tian led Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu forward. Not long after, they arrived at the center of Dark Mountain. They found a small spring with a radius of about 10 feet. It was full of 3-colored water. The water surface emitted a faint 3-colored spirit light. There was an extremely shocking immortal spiritual qi and the power of the immortal Tao intertwined around it. The immortal Tao, spiritual spring. So it's this kind of thing. And Shui was shocked. At the same time, he revealed a look of joy. Bright light interwove within Lin Tian's eyes. He'd naturally recognized this as the spiritual spring of the immortal Tao. He'd seen the description of such a precious spring in an ancient book. It was similar to a natural Tao quintessence, and it was condensed from the Tao. However, the connate source of Tao was formed by the power of ordinary Tao, while the immortal Tao spiritual spring was formed by the power of the immortal Tao. There was a huge difference. It said that there are immortal Tao spiritual roots at the bottom of the immortal Tao spiritual spring. It contains extremely shocking fragments of the immortal Tao. Even for true immortals, it's a treasure among treasures. It can help a true immortal condense the complete immortal Tao that they have already mastered and refine their immortal qi. It can make their immortal Tao more stable and powerful, and their immortal qi more condensed and pure. Then their essence, spirit, and battle strength will be greatly enhanced. Wuxing Crocodile was very excited. He continued, "And for us, this is even more of a treasure. If we refine the immortal Tao spiritual roots at the bottom, the speed of our understanding of the immortal Tao will increase by almost 10,000 times in a short period of time. In a short period of time, we can condense new immortal core power very quickly. It's much more powerful than the treasures of heaven and earth and the Baodan immortal herbs from before. Let's see how many immortal Tao spiritual roots there are down there." And Shui pushed Lin Tian down. Lin Tian had already sent his divine consciousness deep into the immortal Tao spiritual spring. Soon, he found 8 crystalline jade-like objects. They were the immortal Tao spiritual roots. One for each of us," he said. As he spoke, he directly raised his hand and intertwined the dragon patterns. He took out all 4 immortal Tao spiritual roots from the bottom of the immortal Tao spiritual root spring. He kept one for himself, and then gave one to Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu. The immortal Tao spiritual roots were intertwined with immortal spirit light, surrounded by 3 different colors. The immortal Tao aura was very strong. Good, good, good. That's great. With this section of the immortal Tao spiritual root, Lord Crocodile will definitely be able to condense at least 2 new immortal core power in a short period of time. It's even possible to condense 3 new immortal cores. Moreover, it can make our true immortal chi in the half-step true immortal realm extremely strong. Although it's not strong enough to be directly comparable to a true immortal, it's definitely enough to be called a king in the half-step true immortal realm. Then, when we enter the true immortal realm, our true immortal chi and control of the immortal Tao nomological laws will be far stronger than other true immortals of the same level. Whooshing Crocodile was very excited. He looked at Nshui Shui and said, "Nshui Shui, the news you brought this time is awesome. We've made a lot of money coming here." Lin Tian nodded. This time, they really had to thank Nshui Shui for waiting at their residence and telling them about the immortal sect ruins here. The gains they had made here were really great. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of air breaking suddenly sounded. A large number of cultivators rushed here. Their essence, chi, and spirit were very extraordinary. The weakest was a half-step true immortal, and there were even a dozen of them in the true immortal realm. These people came because they sensed the same aura as the 3-colored spirit light they saw before. After arriving here, they saw Lin Tian and the others in the blink of an eye. They saw the immortal Tao spiritual root spring next to Lin Tian and the others, and then saw the immortal Tao spiritual roots in the hands of Lin Tian and the others. They were all moved. Immortal Tao spiritual root spring. Immortal Tao spiritual roots. Seeing the immortal Tao spiritual roots in the hands of Lin Tian and the others, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. The immortal Tao spiritual roots were immortal treasures to true immortals. Lin Tian naturally sensed that these people were staring at the immortal Tao spiritual roots in his hands, but he didn't care too much. He called Nshui Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu, and walked out of Dark Mountain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of air breaking rang out. A dozen figures flashed, and all of them were true immortals. They blocked Lin Tian and the others. "You want to leave? Hand over the immortal Tao spiritual roots." Chapter 1556. More than 10 true immortals stood in front of Lin Tian and the others. Each of them had a strong blood chi, like a dozen furnaces. Any one of them was much stronger than Zhou Huajun, the inner disciple of the Purple Shao treasure sect. Their true immortal chi was very strong. Hand over the immortal Tao spiritual root. Blocking Lin Tian, these people's eyes were filled with greed. The immortal Tao spiritual root was too extraordinary. It was a treasure to true immortals like them with amazing effects. They all wanted it. At this place, the other cultivators who came here also had greed in their eyes. They wanted the immortal Tao spiritual root very much, but at this time they didn't rush out. After all, these people were only half-step true immortals. They didn't have the ability to compete with the dozen true immortals. Lin Tian stopped and looked at the dozen true immortals in front of him. His expression didn't change at all. "Move aside. Don't talk nonsense. Hand over the immortal Tao spiritual root immediately." Among the dozen true immortals, a middle-aged man in yellow spoke. His eyes were burning, but his voice was cold. He looked at Lin Tiandao. "Hand it over obediently, and maybe we'll spare your lives." "From your tone, you mean, even if we hand it over, you won't spare us." Lin Tianyi looked at this person and narrowed his eyes. "That depends on my mood." The middle-aged man in yellow snorted. His eyes were burning, but also cold. Lin Tianyi looked at this person and smiled faintly. "You're vicious. However, I'm in a good mood now, so I won't bicker with you. Get the hell out of here." In just 2 days, they had all condensed 2 new strands of celestial core power, obtained many treasures, and found 4 celestial spiritual roots. Later on, they would refine them. In a very short period of time, they would be able to condense at least 2 new strands of celestial core power, and the genuine celestial chi they would possess would be greatly strengthened. At this moment, they were indeed in a good mood. As he spoke, he looked at the other 11 true immortals besides the middle-aged man in yellow. He said calmly, "The same goes for you. I gave you a chance. Now that you've jumped out and tried to steal our immortal Tao spiritual roots, I won't pursue it, nor do I care. However, don't continue to scheme against us. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." As soon as he said this, the expressions of many cultivators in the area changed. What did he say? Tell the true immortals to get the hell out? Give the true immortals a chance? This, no matter how I look at it, he hasn't reached the true immortal realm yet. But now he's actually talking to a true immortal expert like this. Is there something wrong with his brain? Many cultivators were astonished, looking at Lin Tian strangely. Of the 12 immortals as immortals, you're courting death. Now, even if you voluntarily hand over the immortal Tao spiritual root, you will still die. The yellow-robed middle-aged man who was the first to speak said coldly. Looking at Lin Tian, he took a step forward and pressed down on Lin Tian. The aura of a true immortal immediately gushed out. At the same time, the other 11 true immortals also moved. All of them were surrounded by true immortal light. Some pressed toward Lin Tian, some stepped toward the whooshing crocodile, some stepped toward the little Taichu, and some grabbed toward Shui Shui. That was because the 2 men and 2 beasts all had immortal Tao spiritual roots. At the same time, the 12 true immortals were also on guard against each other. After all, they were not companions. They all wanted to steal the immortal Tao spiritual roots. In this place, there were only 4 immortal Tao spiritual roots. It was destined that not all of them would be able to get something. Therefore, they were destined to be competitors. Since they were competitors, they would naturally be on guard against each other. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 12 true immortals stepped toward the 2 men and 2 beasts at the same time. Their true immortal chi intertwined with each other. It was very intimidating. Those 2 men and 2 beasts won't be able to keep their immortal Tao spiritual roots. Nonsense. They obviously look like they are below the true immortal realm. How can they resist the attacks of 12 true immortals? Their immortal Tao spiritual roots will naturally be taken away. How can they possibly keep them? Not only will they lose their immortal Tao spiritual roots, but they will also lose their lives. Those 12 true immortals don't look like they will show any mercy. Some cultivators discussed. Many people shook their heads. It was also at this moment that the 12 true immortals came in front of Lin Tian, and Shui Shui, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu at the same time. They raised their hands and pressed them down. Powerful true immortal chi surged. There were 12 of them. Lin Tian could naturally feel the immense pressure, but he did not care. And Shui Shui, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu beside him were also very calm. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You can't blame anyone else, he said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a broken black sword rushed out of his body with a clang. The surface of the sword was covered with Taoist patterns and cracks, as if it would break at any time. It directly slashed at the 12 true immortals. Instantly, a sharp sword light shot out, bringing with it an incomparably sharp sword might, and sent the 12 people flying. The 12 people's hands were all chopped into pieces. What? The 12 true immortals were all. How is that possible? Such a scene made the expressions of the cultivators nearby change. The 12 true immortals attacked the 2 humans and 2 beasts at the same time. However, their arms were shattered at the same time and they were all sent flying. That's a golden immortal weapon. It's really a golden immortal weapon. It's a golden immortal weapon, but it seems to be damaged a lot. Many people looked at Lin Tian and saw the broken black sword next to Lin Tian. They were all shocked. A golden immortal weapon. Even if it was damaged, was still very valuable. Boom, boom, boom. A tyrannical divine might spread out. In the distance, the 12 true immortals who were sent flying rushed back. In the blink of an eye, their 2 severed arms had recovered. They were shocked and furious. The 12 of them were actually sent flying by a half-step true immortal in the blink of an eye. They looked at Lin Tian coldly. Then they saw the broken black sword next to Lin Tian. All of them were shocked. A broken golden immortal weapon. One of them's eyes widened. Looking at Lin Tian and the broken black sword next to Lin Tian, the 12 true immortals were shocked. They did not expect Lin Tian to have such a precious treasure. Such a broken golden immortal weapon was a great temptation even for true immortals like them. It was not inferior to the spiritual root of the immortal Tao. I didn't expect a mere half-step true immortal like you to have such a precious weapon. I was careless. The yellow-clad, middle-aged man looked at Lin Tian with a burning gaze. At the same time, there was a hint of wariness in his eyes. After all, a broken golden immortal weapon still had a great immortal aura. It was far more powerful than a true immortal weapon. Now, Lin Tian had such a broken golden immortal weapon. With his half-step true immortal cultivation base, it was enough to pose a threat to him. At the same time, the other 11 true immortals also looked serious. Obviously, they were wary of the broken black sword. At this moment, there was a loud clang and the ear-piercing sound of a sword. Lin Tian grabbed the broken black sword next to him and moved. He activated the High Heavens Sword Scripture and slashed out 12 sharp sword rays. They were stronger than the previous one and were aimed at the 12 true immortals at the same time. I'll send you on your way. Chapter 1557. The 12 sword rays were extremely sharp. They were unleashed by Lin Tian using the broken gold celestial artifact and the High Heavens Sword Scripture. Each of them was extremely sharp and fast. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of the 12 true immortals. They pressed down mightily as if they were going to obliterate everything. The 12 true immortals were shocked. It was too late for them to dodge, so they could only put up a powerful divine power light screen to defend themselves. However, the 12 sword rays unleashed by Lin Tian with the broken black sword were so powerful that they were beyond their imagination. In the blink of an eye, the 12 sword rays shattered the divine power light screen that they had put up and landed on their bodies. In an instant, the 12 true immortals were sent flying by the sword rays. Their bodies were covered with cracks, as if they were fragile ceramics that could break at any time. Such a scene caused the expressions of the nearby cultivators to change again. What a powerful sword! Many of them were shocked. Previously, the 12 true immortals were sent flying by Lin Tian's sword because they were caught off guard and did not expect Lin Tian to have a broken gold celestial artifact. However, at this time, the 12 true immortals clearly saw that Lin Tian had a broken gold celestial artifact and were on guard. Even so, they were still sent flying by the sword. This was a little terrifying, and it was hard not to be shocked. Behind Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile and the others were also surprised. Lin Tian had obtained the broken black sword from the celestial sect ruins above. They knew from the beginning that the broken sword was very powerful. Therefore, when the 12 true immortals jumped out to snatch the immortal path's spiritual root, they were very calm and did not care at all. This was because they knew that Lin Tian was not afraid of ordinary true immortals with the broken black sword. After all, even a broken gold celestial artifact was very powerful. However, the might of the broken black sword still exceeded their expectations. They never thought that in Lin Tian's hands it would actually be so powerful. Even when the 12 true immortals were on guard, he was still able to easily injure them. Boom! 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 In the distance, the 12 true immortals who had been sent flying by Lin Tian's flew up and quickly recovered from their injuries. Their expressions were somewhat ugly. When they saw that Lin Tian and the others were half-step true immortals, they thought it would be easy for them to snatch the spiritual roots of the immortal path from them. However, they did not expect Lin Tian to have a damaged, golden immortal weapon. What shocked them even more was that the damaged golden immortal weapon in Lin Tian's hand was far more terrifying than they had imagined. It could easily shatter their defensive light screen and injure them twice in a row. It had to be said that this was somewhat frightening. At this time, the 12 people looked at Lin Tian. The fear in their eyes was clearly stronger than when they first saw the broken black sword. Everyone, I'm afraid we have to work together now. Among the 12 people, the middle-aged man in yellow opened his mouth and said, "That broken sword is not simple. If we fight alone, it will be very difficult to defeat him with that broken sword. However, if we work together, it will be different. If the 12 of us work together, we will be able to suppress and kill him. Then we will suppress and kill the other person and 2 beasts with him. At that time, we will decide how to split the immortal path, spiritual root, and the broken sword in his hand." The other 11 people's eyes flashed, and then they all nodded. Okay. At present, this was indeed the only way to seize the spiritual roots of the immortal path. Seeing the other 11 people nodding, the middle-aged man in yellow smiled coldly. His eyes fell on Lin Tian again. "So what if you have a damaged golden immortal weapon? It won't change your fate today." Lin Tian looked at the man and smiled indifferently. In the next moment he moved. The broken black sword in his hand spun, and immediately sword rays flashed out like a rain of swords, enveloping the 12 true immortals at the same time. Each sword ray was extremely powerful. The middle-aged man in yellow shouted, "Attack together! Swoosh!" An air-piercing sound suddenly sounded in front of him, directly interrupting him. Lin Tian stepped in front of the man at this time. The middle-aged man in yellow was shocked. The speed that Lin Tian displayed at this time shocked him. That speed was definitely not the speed that a half-step true immortal cultivator could possess. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the sword was vast and mighty. Lin Tian did not say anything superfluous. He mercilessly swung the broken sword in his hand at the middle-aged man in yellow. He activated the High Heaven Sword Scripture and used a super power of the High Heaven Sword Scripture, directly enveloping the middle-aged man in yellow. For a moment, the sharp sword power seemed to cut through everything. The middle-aged man in yellow could not avoid it. At this time, he did not even have time to defend himself. He was directly hit by the sword. Immediately, with a puff, the middle-aged man in yellow exploded. Blood splattered all over the sky, and he was smashed into pieces by the sword. "Damn it!" The man roared angrily. His physical body was cut into pieces, but his spiritual soul was not destroyed. Spiritual energy surged and quickly began to repair his physical body. However, Lin Tian was not willing to give him a chance. The black, broken sword in his hand shone with immortal divine light, and he ruthlessly swung it again. With a puff, the middle-aged man in yellow's body, which was in the process of repairing, was directly smashed into pieces by the sword. Moreover, this time, Lin Tian used all his strength to activate the black, broken sword. Wisps of golden immortal aura intertwined, causing the middle-aged man in yellow's spiritual soul to suffer great damage. His spiritual body was instantly covered with cracks. "Damn it! Clang! Lin Tian did not waste any time talking to this man. He directly swung the sword with unparalleled sword power, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man in yellow was injured again. This time he screamed in pain. The power of the black broken sword activated by Lin Tian was really too strong. It even carried the aura of a golden immortal. The damage to the middle-aged man in yellow was too great. The cracks on his spiritual body became more numerous and denser. Lin Tian stepped forward and appeared in front of the middle-aged man's broken spiritual body. The black, broken sword in his hand erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura. "Die," he said indifferently. The broken sword in his hand mercilessly slashed at the middle-aged man's spiritual soul. Facing this sword, the middle-aged man in yellow was suddenly terrified. His spiritual body could not stop trembling. He shouted at Lin Tian in horror, "Young friend, please wait. Stop. Everything can be discussed. You can discuss this with the King of Hell." How could Lin Tiandao show mercy to this man? The broken sword in his hand did not slow down at all. No. A voice mixed with despair and fear rang out. In the next moment, the middle-aged man in yellow's spiritual soul was firmly struck by Lin Tian's black, broken sword. It immediately collapsed, and his spiritual body and soul were destroyed. What? A true immortal was killed just like that. He killed a true immortal. This scene caused all the cultivators in the area to tremble. True immortals were not that impressive, but seeing a half-step true immortal kill a true immortal in such a simple and effortless manner, they could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. That broken sword, really, quite a few people could not help but feel chills run down their spines when they saw the broken black sword in Lin Tian's hand. They knew very well that the reason why Lin Tian could so easily kill the yellow-clothed, middle-aged man with his half-step true immortal cultivation was mostly due to the might of the broken black sword. At the same time, the other 11 true immortals also trembled. The middle-aged man in yellow was considered one of the stronger ones among them. A moment ago, he was still discussing with them how to kill Lin Tian together to seize the immortal Tao spiritual root and the black, broken sword. Who would have thought that he would be killed by Lin Tian in the next moment? Clang! The sound of the sword rang out. Lin Tian held the black broken sword and looked at the 11 true immortals. His expression was calm as he advanced toward them. The 11 true immortals could not help but be shocked. What are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? Lin Tian approached with the black broken sword and could not help but laugh. You jumped out to steal our treasures and wanted to kill us together. Tell me, what am I trying to do now? Go over and talk to you about life? As soon as he said this, the 11 true immortals' faces turned pale. You want to kill all of us? One of the middle-aged men in black was shocked and furious. What are you so shocked and angry about? You want to kill us, but now you don't allow me to kill you? Lin Tian said calmly. As he spoke, his speed suddenly increased, and he arrived in front of the middle-aged man in black in the blink of an eye. The black broken sword once again burst out with a terrifying light. He used the super great power of the High Heavens Sword Manual and used all his strength to slash at the middle-aged man. With a poof, the middle-aged man in black was shattered on the spot. However, his divine soul was not destroyed. It escaped and retreated far away. It was also at this moment that Lin Tianyi stepped forward and used all his strength to activate the black broken sword and slashed at the middle-aged man's divine soul. Ah! With a piercing scream, the middle-aged man in black in the early stage of the true immortal realm was destroyed on the spot. He completely disappeared from the world. This, another true immortal was in the distance. The cultivators' hearts trembled. In the blink of an eye, 2 true immortals had actually been annihilated successively by Lin Tian, and this was truly slightly shocking. You brought this upon yourself. Whooshing Crocodile sneered. You can't live. Little Taichu echoed again. On the battlefield, the remaining 10 true immortals were a little shaken. Many of them had fear in their eyes. At this moment, from how Lin Tian killed the middle-aged man in yellow and the middle-aged man in black in such a short period of time, they could clearly see that Lin Tian, who had the black broken sword, was not someone they could stop or defeat even if they worked together. The 10 of them gritted their teeth and looked at Lin Tian and the others. Without hesitation, they immediately retreated. At this time, they knew that they could not stop Lin Tian, who had the broken gold immortal artifact, but they chose to quickly leave this place to save their lives. After all, their lives were the most important. You want to leave? Lin Tianling laughed and waved the broken sword in his hand. Killing lights filled the sky and cut off the 10 true immortals' escape route, attacking everyone indiscriminately. For a moment, dense sword lights interweaved in this space, each of them with terrifying power. You really want to kill us all? Chapter 1558. Lin Tian felt like laughing when he heard what the 10 true immortals said. These people had jumped out to snatch the immortal path spiritual root from them out of greed and wanted to kill them. At first, he even warned these people to leave and not make things difficult for them. However, these people were unwilling to do so. They believed that they could kill him, and Shui Shui, Wishing Crocodile, and Little Taichu to snatch the immortal path spiritual root. So they attacked without any hesitation. And now, after discovering that they were no match for him, they began to flee. After being stopped by him, they actually said in shock and anger, "Do you really want to kill them all?" Those words, that feeling, it was as if they had suffered some sort of great grievance. You're true immortals, after all. You're about to die. Isn't it good to preserve your dignity as true immortals before you die? He said. The 10 true immortals' faces turned even uglier. Lin Tian's words made it clear that he would not let them go. "Friend, don't be so ruthless." One of them gritted his teeth. "Who's your friend? Don't try to pull strings." Lin Tian smiled disdainfully. He held the black, broken sword in his hand and moved. He took a few hundred feet with each step and slashed out a large amount of killing light. These killing light were all slashed out by the black, broken sword that was activated by the High Heaven Sword Scripture. Each sword light carried a faint golden immortal chi. Suddenly, the 10 true immortals were sent flying at the same time. More than half of their bodies were chopped into pieces. Bright red blood splattered all over the sky. Then he stepped forward and appeared in front of one of them. The black, broken sword emitted endless light and pressed down indifferently. Ah! The person screamed. His body was completely crushed. Even his spiritual body was covered in cracks. He was in a sorry state. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He activated the 5 heavenly thunders technique and immediately spread out a large amount of silver lightning. Together with the black, broken sword in his hand, it pressed down on the person's spiritual body. No, a scream of unwillingness and fear was heard. The next moment it became quiet. The person's body and spiritual body were completely destroyed. This, another true immortal, was. In the distance, the cultivators felt their hearts tremble. At this time, the other 9 true immortals had reformed their physical bodies. When they saw this scene, they naturally trembled. And now, with that broken black sword in hand, Lin Tian could slay a true immortal so easily. "Let's join forces and fight out with him." One of them gritted his teeth. At this time, Lin Tian had already sealed the surroundings with the intertwined, golden, immortal spiritual aura of the black, broken sword. The 9 of them could not escape, so they could only fight with their backs to the wall. The other 8 naturally understood the current situation. Their expressions were heavy and ugly as they nodded their heads. "Kill!" Someone shouted and took the initiative to pounce on Lin Tian. At the same time, the other true immortals moved as well. They pushed their true immortal divine power to the limit and attacked Lin Tian with their strongest battle prowess. Now, if they wanted to live, they had to kill Lin Tian. Otherwise, they would be killed by Lin Tian Sha. And after killing Lin Tian, they would be able to obtain 4 immortal Tao spiritual roots and a broken golden immortal artifact. Therefore, at this time, the 9 of them began to fight with all their might. For a time, the space rumbled and the ground began to crack. The true immortal aura was very frightening. 9 majestic true immortal auras and immortal Tao laws pressed down on Lin Tian at the same time. In response, Lin Tian's expression was calm. Clang! The black, broken sword in his hand let out an ear-piercing sound as he pushed it to the limit with the High Heaven Sword Manual. At the same time, he also used the 5 heavenly thunders technique to meet the 9 true immortals. All of a sudden, the divine light in this place collided, and the surface of the ground exploded and sank one after another. The nearby few short mountains were shattered into pieces at the first moment, and gravel flew in all directions. Ah! Miserable screams rang out as Lin Tian used his domain-type divine ability, the 5 lightning divine domain, to rapidly travel through the lightning domain. The broken black sword in his hand pierced through the forehead of one of the true immortals. Amidst an ear-piercing scream, the immortal's sea of consciousness and soul were shattered. In the 5 heavenly lightning domain, he could reach any place with silver lightning in an instant. He was like the ruler of this place. Then blood splattered everywhere. He used all his strength to push the black broken sword, the high heaven sword manual, and the 5 heavenly thunders technique to move freely in the 5 heavenly lightning domain, killing 7 true immortals in a row. Fellow Taoist, spare my life. The last true immortal trembled. His eyes filled with fear as he begged Lin Tian for mercy. Now, he was the only one left of the 12 true immortals. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Naturally, he would not show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. He swung the black, broken sword in his hand mercilessly, carrying the power of the 5 heavenly thunders technique and the high heavens sword manual. It exploded the last true immortal on the spot, and his divine soul was also shattered. All dead. A group of cultivators in the distance trembled. 12 true immortals were all killed by a half-step true immortal in less than 2 hours. At this moment, the cultivators looked at Lin Tian from afar and felt a chill run down their spines. You asked for it. On the other side, Wuxing Crocodile shook his head and sneered. And Shui looked at Lin Tian with shock in her eyes. Although that damaged golden immortal sword is powerful, this is too much. This guy, a half-step true immortal, could fight against a true immortal with a broken golden immortal weapon. However, he could easily kill 12 true immortals at the same time. This was unbelievable. She was shocked. She felt more and more that Lin Tian was terrifying. His strength was too strong. On the battlefield, Lin Tian returned to Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu with the black broken sword. Not bad, kid. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Then his eyes fell on the black broken sword in Lin Tian's hand. He was slightly moved and said, There seem to be more cracks on this sword. There were already many cracks on the black broken sword. At this moment, after Lin Tian killed 12 true immortals with it, there were obviously more cracks on the broken sword than before. Lin Tian nodded. Naturally, he had noticed this long ago. Shui was right. This broken sword can be used 3 times at most before it is completely damaged. After this, it can only be used twice at most. After that, it will shatter into pieces. As he spoke, he put the black broken sword into his body. Then he called and Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu to leave this place. They walked out of Dark Mountain under the fearful gazes of the surrounding cultivators. Soon they were out of Dark Mountain. Now, are we leaving this underground space? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Yes, let's leave. There shouldn't be anything else of value here. Lin Tian nodded and said, Let's leave this space, walk out of the ruins, find a hidden place, and refine the immortal Tao spiritual root. Master Crocodile thinks so too. Let's go. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. By refining the spiritual root of the immortal way, they could condense at least 2 or even 3 strands of new celestial core power in a short period of time. Moreover, their genuine immortal chi at the level of half-step true immortals would reach a very shocking level. At this time, it could not wait to refine the spiritual root of the immortal way to break through. Lin Tian nodded and immediately left this underground space within Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu. They appeared in the Immortal Gate ruins above. After leaving the Immortal Gate ruins, they quickly crossed a long distance and found a hidden canyon in a mountain. Lin Tian raised his hand and engraved a dozen ordinary ceiling arrays in this place. Then he sat down cross-legged and said to Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu, Okay, you can refine it with peace of mind. This place was very hidden, and with the ceiling arrays engraved by him with his half-step true immortal cultivation, they would be absolutely safe if they cultivated here. There was nothing to worry about. And Shui Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Tai Chu naturally trusted Lin Tian. After listening to Lin Tian's words, they immediately activated their respective ancient scriptures and began to refine the immortal Tao spiritual root. When Lin Tian saw that the three of them had begun to cultivate with the immortal Tao spiritual root, he immediately took out the immortal Tao spiritual root and activated the Heart Sutra of Sunday. When his essence, energy, and spirit reached the peak, he melted the immortal Tao spiritual root with divine light and swallowed it into his stomach. Immediately his body trembled, and he felt an extremely rich immortal Tao aura in his body. The 5 strands of immortal core power that he had condensed shook slightly, and the immortal Tao light that surrounded him suddenly became brighter. His true immortal aura began to strengthen immediately. At the same time, his own understanding of the immortal Tao in the outside world also became tens of thousands of times stronger. The immortal Tao in the outside world, especially the immortal Tao of thunder, which he had been comprehending, became extremely clear at this moment. He knew that this was the effect of the immortal Tao spiritual root. Without hesitation, he immersed his origin divine sense into the immortal Tao of thunder and began to seriously comprehend this immortal Tao. Because of the immortal Tao spiritual root, his understanding and comprehension of the immortal Tao of thunder were tens of thousands of times stronger than usual. Naturally, the speed of his comprehension was astonishingly fast. In just 6 hours, he had comprehended 6 out of 9 of the immortal Tao of thunder and began to guide the 6th strand of immortal core power into his body. Soon, the 6th strand of immortal core power was condensed in his body, and his essence, energy, and spirit became much stronger in an instant. At this time, the power of the spiritual root of the immortal Tao was still coiling around his body. He did not have time to consolidate his realm and immediately continued to comprehend the immortal Tao of thunder. After a few hours, he had comprehended 7 nights of the immortal Tao of thunder to draw in the origin Tao seal of the immortal Tao of thunder. Soon, the 7th strand of celestial core power was condensed in his body. His essence, chi, and spirit underwent another huge change. He was much stronger than he was a few hours ago. His immortal Tao aura and genuine immortal chi were much thicker. At this time, he found that there were still many special Tao energy of the immortal Tao spiritual root in his body. His comprehension of the immortal Tao of thunder was still tens of thousands of times stronger than usual. I can condense the 8th strand of immortal core power, he thought to himself, and his eyes shone with a bright light. Chapter 1559. Feeling the aura of the immortal path spiritual root that still existed in his body, Lin Tian was secretly delighted. With the power of the immortal path spiritual root in his body, he could continue to comprehend the immortal path at a very fast speed and condense the 8th strand of celestial core power. He took a deep breath and suppressed the surprise in his heart. He immediately continued to immerse his divine will of the origin into the immortal path of thunder that existed between heaven and earth. With the power of the immortal path spiritual root, he quickly comprehended the immortal path of thunder. Buzz! For a time, the golden divine light around his body gradually became stronger, and the Tao light also became stronger. His essence, chi, and spirit were all rising. In the blink of an eye, another few hours passed. At this moment, the power of the immortal path spiritual root in his body gradually dissipated and disappeared. At this time, he had comprehended 80% of the immortal path of thunder. He immediately used his divine will of the origin to guide the 8th strand of the immortal path of thunder into his flesh and blood. Soon, he condensed the 8th strand of celestial core power. All of a sudden, a very powerful aura rushed out from his body and swept up a hurricane in this place. Half-step true immortal, 8 strands of celestial core power. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He had already condensed 8 strands of celestial core power. Now he was only one step away from reaching the level of true immortal. True immortal was another watershed on the path of cultivation. It was much more powerful than the eternal realm and half-step true immortal. They could not be compared. He clenched his fists slightly. At this time, he felt the changes in himself. Except for the fact that there were no obvious changes because of his already strong physique, all other aspects had improved a lot. The true immortal aura had become very strong, far beyond the level of a half-step true immortal. His combat strength had increased by a lot. This is the immortal path spiritual route. Amazing! It was only a section of the immortal path spiritual route, but he had condensed 3 strands of celestial core power in a row. His cultivation, essence, chi, and spirit had increased greatly. The true immortal aura had reached a very strong level in the half-step true immortal level, almost comparable to that of a true immortal expert. This made his eyes brighten. At this time he was surprised and happy. Now he felt that even if he relied on his own strength, he could fight against an early-stage true immortal expert. Boom! 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 Beside him, 3 other powerful auras surged up one after another, and Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu had all broken through to new realms. The divine light and Tao radiance around their bodies had all become very dense, and powerful auras were emitted from them. 3 strands of immortal essence. Lord Crocodile condensed 3 immortal essences in a row. I now possess 8 strands of celestial origin energy. Whooshing Crocodile laughed wildly. Beside him, faint 6-colored divine light interweaved around the little Taichu's body. It had also condensed 3 strands of celestial essence, and its essence, energy, and spirit had strengthened many times over. I've only condensed 2 strands of immortal yuan. And Shui said, of course, it wasn't because her aptitude wasn't good enough, but because her cultivation was much higher than Lin Tian and the others. The further she cultivated, the more difficult it would be. Therefore, at this time, even with the help of the immortal Tao spiritual root, she could only condense 2 strands of celestial core power. Now, she, Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu had condensed a total of 8 strands of celestial core power. However, Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu had only condensed 8 strands of celestial core power, and she was about to condense 9 strands of celestial core power. Therefore, in terms of cultivation, she was still a step ahead of Lin Tian and the others. She was very close to the true immortal realm, and could break into the true immortal realm at any time. The harvest this time is really great, Whooshing Crocodile said excitedly. Lin Tian nodded. Indeed. It had only been a few days since they left the purple, carefree treasure sect. He, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu had condensed 5 strands of celestial core power, and in Shui had condensed 4 strands of celestial core power. Now, they were only one step away from the true immortal realm. The harvest was really amazing. Let's go back. He said, let's go. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian removed the grand ceiling formation that was engraved in this place and then left. The group returned to the purple, carefree treasure sect. Because there was nothing urgent, the 2 people and the 2 beasts did not travel too fast. Speaking of which, there are only about 2 months left until the ancient land in Tai Ning Prefecture opens. And Shui said, that ancient land, where is it exactly? Lin Tian asked her. He joined the purple carefree treasure sect because he had just entered the immortal realm. Joining a sect could help him understand the immortal realm faster and improve himself better. Most importantly, he wanted to enter that ancient land because it was said that there was a mysterious dragon armor that was forged from the skin of a true dragon. It had amazing defensive power. Obtaining this mysterious dragon armor would be very useful for him to pass through the heavenly tribulation in the future, because the heavenly tribulation would definitely be more terrifying as his cultivation grew stronger. Even if he had the 5 heavenly lightning technique and the lightning immortal Tao, it would still be very difficult for him to pass through the heavenly tribulation in the future. if he could obtain the mysterious dragon armor, it would definitely be very helpful for him to pass through the heavenly tribulation in the future. It's located in the center of Taining Prefecture, a very vast area. It's said that it used to be a very large-scale immortal battlefield. After many years of evolution, many heavenly treasures have been produced. Moreover, they're all very valuable. It's the biggest treasure land in Taining Prefecture. And Shui said, "Of course, it can also be said that it's a very dangerous place. All kinds of evil spirits run amok. One could lose his life if he's not careful. That ancient land is jointly managed by the 10 great treasure sects of Taining Prefecture. It's impossible for all the disciples of the 10 great treasure sects to enter, right? Purple Carefree Treasure Sect is one of the 10 great treasure sects. What are the conditions for their disciples to enter?" Lin Tian asked. After entering the Purple Carefree Treasure Sect, he read some more detailed ancient books about the immortal realm. For a moment, he forgot to understand what qualifications were required to enter that ancient land. However, he could guess that it was impossible for every disciple of the Purple Carefree Treasure Sect to enter. There must be some restrictions. And Shui said, "As for the conditions, all the inner disciples and true disciples can enter that ancient land. As for the outer disciples, only those who have the strength of the top 10 outer disciples can enter. The outer disciples who are below the top 10 are not qualified to enter." She continued, "Among them, those who have reached the true immortal realm can be promoted to an inner disciple after verification by the sect's elders. Those who have reached the half-step golden immortal realm can be promoted to a true disciple after verification by the sect's elders. As for the method to determine the top 10 outer disciples, it's to challenge any one of the original top 10 outer disciples. As long as you win, you'll automatically become one of the top 10 outer disciples." Lin Tian nodded when he heard that. The rules were quite simple. Following that, he could not help but chuckle. In that case, their group could easily obtain the qualifications to enter that ancient land. After all, they could easily become one of the top 10 outer disciples with their current cultivation, not to mention reaching the true immortal realm and becoming an inner disciple of the Purple Carefree Treasure Sect. "I must find the Tofu Immortal Lotus," and Shui said while waving her fist. Her main purpose of joining the Purple Carefree Treasure Sect was to find the Tofu Immortal Lotus in that ancient land. It was a special catalyst for refining medicine. "I wish you success in advance," Lin Tian said with a smile, "and I wish that I can find the Zhongxian dragon armor in there." "How ambitious!" And Shui rolled her eyes. Bang! At this moment, several beams of divine light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. 9 figures strode over from afar. 6 of them rushed to the front. Their bodies were surrounded by genuine immortal qi and the law of immortal Tao. They were extremely dense. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Lin Tian and the others. The last 3 people were at the half-step true immortal realm. Lin Tian and the others were very familiar with them. They were Jin Jilin and his 2 young followers, who had tried to violate and Shui a few days ago. "Catch that bitch. I'll torture her later. Slaughter all the other people and beasts with her," Jin Jilin said to the 7 people surrounding Lin Tian and the others. The 7 people were all young, inner disciples of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect. This time, they were also here for the Celestial Sect ruins. After he was seriously injured, he met the 7 people and immediately asked them to heal his crotch, which was broken by an Shui. Then, the 7 people with the cultivation of genuine immortal realm could not heal him. This made him shocked and angry. Immediately, he asked the 7 people to search for Lin Tian and the others nearby. He would never let an Shui go, nor would he let Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu go. He would kill all of them. And Shui looked at Jin Jilin with a face full of disgust. Lin Tian looked at Jin Jilin and narrowed his eyes. "You really don't know how to repent. How dare you come here for revenge?" Jin Jilin's eyes were ferocious and full of killing intent. "Do it. Kill him. No. I've changed my mind. Don't kill him for the time being. Just suppress and capture him like that bitch. He and that bitch must be Taoist companions, he said viciously. Suppress them, capture them, and wait for me to ask my father to heal my wounds. Then I'm going to put on a live erotic show with that bitch in front of him. And Shueishue's face suddenly turned red with anger. Bastard. Lin Tian's face also darkened. Although he and Shueishue did not have that kind of relationship, Jin Jilin's words still made him angry. Do it, Jin Jilin said to the 6 young people in the genuine immortal realm. The 6 people glanced at Lin Tian and the others coldly. One of them stepped out and rushed toward Lin Tianyi and the others. How dare you disrespect the son of the sect leader of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect? How dare you attack him? The man said. He raised his hand and grabbed toward Lin Tian. And Shueishue, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu were also enveloped. He attacked all of them at the same time to suppress them together. Lin Tian's expression was cold. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and punched. In the blink of an eye, the fist and the palm collided. A violent, muffled sound was immediately heard. Bang! The young man who attacked was immediately sent flying like a scarecrow. Dazzling blood floated in the air. Chapter 1560. A person who had not reached the true immortal realm was able to send a real expert of the true immortal realm flying with a single punch. Jin Jilin and the others were shocked. This scene was too unbelievable. And Shueishue, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu had already known that Lin Tian's physique was terrifying, so their expressions were normal. Boom! In the distance, the young man who had been sent flying by Lin Tian rushed back. He was wearing a blue robe, and the corners of his mouth were stained with blood. His eyes were filled with shock. However, his expression soon became gloomy. He was a true immortal, but he was sent flying by a half-step true immortal with a single punch. Moreover, he was injured and spat out some blood. This was too shameful. With a boom, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. He raised his hand again and pressed forward. This time he did not attack Lin Tian and Shueishue, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu together. Instead, he only attacked Lin Tianyi. He wanted to suppress Lin Tian first and erase the humiliation of being sent flying by Lin Tianyi. With a rumbling sound, this palm was not just a simple physical strength. It carried a wisp of true immortal qi and was extremely powerful. Lin Tian snorted and did not say anything. He took a step forward and punched his opponent again. This time around, the fist that he threw out was no longer a simple one. It was also filled with true immortal qi. Furthermore, it was extremely astonishing. It was as if it was the source of true immortal qi. True immortal qi. How can it be so rich? How can a half-step true immortal have such amazing true immortal qi? The other 5 true immortals, who were with the blue-robed young man, were slightly shocked. They stared at the true immortal qi that Lin Tian was exuding. The concentration of true immortal qi was not something that a half-step true immortal could possess. They had never seen or heard of a half-step true immortal qi that could reach Lin Tian's level. Lin Tian's true immortal qi was almost comparable to that of real true immortals like them. Behind him, Jin Jilin and his 2 young followers were also shocked by the density of true immortal qi that Lin Tian had brought out. It was much more powerful than them, who were also half-step true immortals. It was at least tens of thousands of times more powerful. Little did they know that Lin Tian had just refined a section of the spirit root of the immortal Tao, and his true immortal qi had undergone a tremendous change, surpassing the level of true immortal qi that any half-step true immortal in history could possess. Boom! At this moment, Lin Tian's fist and the blue-robed young man of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect collided with each other with a loud bang. For a moment, the true immortal qi of the 2 collided with each other, erupting into a sky full of divine splendor. The blue-robed young man was both shocked and angry. At this moment, he had already brought out his true immortal chi, but he could not defeat Lin Tian, who was at the half-step true immortal realm. He shouted loudly, and more true immortal chi gushed out of his body. Various kinds of divine light danced in the air and evolved into divine powers and secret skills. Lin Tian did not dodge, and he also brought out his divine powers to meet the attack. At this moment, as long as he brought out the broken golden immortal weapon, he could easily defeat his opponent. However, he did not do so. Instead, he used his own combat strength to fight against his opponent. He wanted to take this opportunity to measure his actual combat strength. Boom! 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 When the two collided, divine light roared and true immortal chi surged, shaking the ground and cracking it. They were still evenly matched. The blue-robed young man was truly shocked now. He had already used his true immortal chi to execute his mystic arts and secret techniques. He had almost used all of his strength, but he still couldn't suppress Lin Tian. He couldn't get the upper hand. This shocked him greatly. A half-step true immortal realm cultivator could actually be this strong. He let out a low roar and used the immortal Tao precepts to suppress Lin Tian with surging immortal Tao precepts. Lin Tian did not dodge. His divine power vibrated, and streaks of lightning intertwined with each other, mixed with traces of Tao power. Thunder immortal Tao. Immediately, he also used the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation, which was combined with his incomplete thunder immortal Tao power to attack. Boom! The two collided, and Tao radiance surged, neither giving way to the other. It was still a draw. You, the blue-robed young man, turned pale again. At this time he had used all his strength, but he still could not do anything to Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not say anything. He used the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation, and the incomplete thunder immortal Tao surged, fighting the blue-robed young man. Boom! 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 Divine power vibrated, and the ground trembled. He and the blue-robed young man fought, and they did not fall behind at all. This guy can actually fight against a real, genuine immortal now. And Shui Shui was shocked. Whooshing Crocodile was also a little surprised. He knew that Lin Tian had the strongest reincarnation physique, and his combat strength was far superior to other cultivators of the same level. However, at this time he was still shocked to see Lin Tian completely block the blue-robed young man, a real true immortal. This was because on the long road of cultivation, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the gap in combat strength between the major realms. Even if Lin Tian had the reincarnation physique and had gone through more than 10 heavenly tribulations, it was still a little exaggerated for him to be able to fight a true immortal with his own combat strength at the half-step true immortal realm and not be at a disadvantage. At the same time, Jin Jilin and the others were also shocked by Lin Tian's current combat strength. A half-step true immortal was able to fight a real true immortal with his own strength. This was really a little shocking. Is he the descendant of one of the most powerful experts in the untainted land? Or does he have some kind of amazing bloodline? The 2 young men behind Jin Jilin were shocked. Jin Jilin was also shocked, but soon his eyes became cold again. Seeing that the blue-robed young man could not suppress Lin Tian for a long time, he shouted to the other 5 true immortals, "All of you, attack him together! Suppress him for me!" Hearing this, the 5 young men looked at each other and moved. Their cultivation levels were much higher than Jin Jilin's, but Jin Jilin's status was much higher than theirs. He was the son of the leader of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect. For them, Jin Jilin's words carried a lot of weight, and it was hard for them not to follow his orders. Of course, the most important thing was that they were very willing to follow his orders. This was because it could improve their relationship with Jin Jilin. Once they got closer to Jin Jilin, their future in the Golden Feather Treasure Sect would be smooth sailing. "Young Master Jin, don't worry. We'll suppress him and that woman soon. Let them kneel in front of you." One of them said. The others also spoke. True immortal chi rolled around their bodies, and the immortal Tao law surged. At the same time, they suppressed Lin Tian. As soon as they came, they almost used all their strength. There were two reasons for this. First, they had seen that Lin Tian's strength was amazing and could not be measured by a simple half-step true immortal, so they could not be careless. Second, they wanted to suppress Lin Tian as soon as possible to satisfy Jin Jilin. After all, Jin Jilin was the son of the leader of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect. As long as they satisfied Jin Jilin and made him remember their efforts, they would be taken care of in the sect in the future. With such a son of the leader taking care of them in the sect, there was no need to talk about the benefits. Among them, the blue-robed young man who attacked Lin Tian first activated his divine power, the most tyrannical, and the killing power he released was also the strongest. He was a true immortal expert, but he could not suppress a half-step true immortal. This made him very uncomfortable. All of a sudden, the six of them released their true immortal qi and immortal Tao law, and their power seemed extraordinary. Lin Tian snorted coldly. 6 true immortals were attacking him at the same time. He felt immense pressure, but he still did not dodge. He also did not use his damaged golden immortal artifact. Instead, he continued to face them with his own strength. Let's see if you 6 true immortals are more powerful than me, a half-step true immortal, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory rose behind him with a boom. It immediately released a powerful divine and holy aura, as if it was a sacred diagram that opened the sky. Then he released the nameless Tao law as well. In the blink of an eye, it merged into the reincarnation diagram and turned into the great Tao reincarnation diagram. All of a sudden, the 3 different auras, sacred, oppressive, and vast, were vast and mighty, causing everyone to be shocked. This guy, what kind of technique is this? And Shui was shocked. Staring at the great Tao reincarnation diagram that Lin Tian had released at this moment, she could clearly feel how terrifying it was, and even her divine soul trembled. The young man in blue robes and the other 6 true immortals were also shocked. They naturally sensed the terror of the great Tao reincarnation diagram immediately. Lin Tian did not say anything else. The great Tao reincarnation diagram hovered above his head, scattering divine light all over the sky. He took a step forward, holding the great Tao reincarnation diagram that looked like a millstone, and pressed it towards the 6 true immortals. The great Tao reincarnation diagram was his most powerful technique at the moment. He was going to use his strongest power to face the strongest power of the 6 true immortals. The young man in blue robes and the other 6 true immortals roared in unison, activating the immortal Tao laws and other things to deal with Lin Tian with all their might. They did not hold back from the beginning. And at this moment, after seeing how terrifying the great Tao reincarnation diagram was, they naturally did not dare to be careless. They used all their strength to activate their combat power even more. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian held the great Tao reincarnation diagram and collided head-on with the 6 of them. Suddenly, a boom rang out. The entire space was rumbling, and the ground was collapsing. Uft, 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 uft. The young man in blue robes and the other 6 true immortals were sent flying at the same time, each of them spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were all in a mess, and even their divine souls had suffered unimaginable damage. In the distance, they could not stand up for a moment. At the same time, Lin Tian's body shook violently, and the great Tao reincarnation diagram shattered. His face turned slightly pale. His physique was extraordinary, unparalleled in the king's territory, and his nameless Tao law was even more shocking. However, his cultivation level was only at the half-step true immortal level after all. Now that he had collided head-on with 6 true immortals, he was still injured. How is this possible? In this place, everyone, including Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu, had a change of expression. Chapter 1561. A half-step true immortal had defeated 6 true immortals with one strike making it difficult for them to stand up. This scene was really frightening. Even and Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu, who were familiar with Lin Tian's strength, felt their hearts palpitate. What a freak! And Shui's eyes widened. Although Lin Tian had already condensed a total of 8 strands of celestial essence and was not far from the true immortal realm, he was still a realm away from the true immortal realm. Under such circumstances, Lin Tian had actually defeated 6 true immortals at the same time. This kind of battle prowess simply made her heart palpitate. He's comparable to the holy sons and holy daughters of the most ancient clans. He's probably not inferior to some people with invincible bloodlines. In the distance, the 6 true immortals were covered in blood. Their bodies were broken, and they struggled on the ground, unable to stand up for a long time. You! They looked at Lin Tian with flickering eyes. 6 true immortals had attacked together with all their strength, but they were defeated by a half-step true immortal with 1 strike. Jin Jilin and the 2 young followers behind him were stunned for a moment. They were shocked by the scene. A half-step true immortal had defeated 6 true immortals with 1 strike. This scene made them feel unreal, as if they were dreaming. Lin Tian adjusted his breathing slightly. He looked at the 6 true immortals, including the blue-robed youth, who were covered in blood and had no strength left. Then he glanced at Jin Jilin indifferently and called for Shui and the others to leave. And Shui also glanced at Jin Jilin, snorted, and followed Lin Tian in the direction of the purple, carefree treasure sect. Jin Jilin watched Lin Tian leave, and the shock in his eyes quickly turned into ferocity. Damn it! Don't think that defeating 6 true immortals is a big deal. Just you wait, I won't let you and that bitch go. You'll all die. Everyone related to you will also die and go to hell. At this time, Lin Tian had already walked several feet away. When he heard this, he immediately stopped in his tracks. His expression instantly darkened. The next moment, his figure disappeared and reappeared in front of Jin Jilin. Jin Jilin was shocked by the sudden appearance of Lin Tian. You! Bang! Lin Tian lifted his leg and viciously stomped down, directly trampling Jin Jilin under his feet. The sound of bones breaking immediately rang out, causing Jin Jilin to uncontrollably scream. Large mouthfuls of blood gushed out from his mouth, and his entire body was covered with cracks. His entire body was instantly dyed red with blood. Young master. Beside Jin Jilin, the 2 young followers of the half-step true immortal realm immediately turned pale. Although they knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, they still rushed over when they saw Jin Jilin being trampled by Lin Tian. Boom! Lin Tian's body suddenly surged with a vigorous force, and the 2 of them were immediately sent flying. You let go of this young master! Jin Jilin was being trampled by Lin Tian. His entire body was in severe pain, and he could not stop trembling. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and ruthless at this time. I hate it when people have designs on my family and friends. Stepping on Jin Jilin, his eyes were cold. He didn't try to hide it at all, causing the surrounding air to turn cold in an instant. Such killing intent made Jin Jilin tremble again, and a chill ran down his spine. You dong! Lin Tian stepped on Jin Jilin and directly swung his fist. The terrifying fist force directly interrupted Jin Jilin's words and directly landed. Then, the fist landed firmly on Jin Jilin's chest. With a poof, blood splattered everywhere. Jin Jilin was directly smashed into pieces by the fist, and even his divine soul was shattered. Moreover, a large crater dozens of feet deep was smashed into the ground. Young master! The 6 true immortals trembled together, and their eyes were filled with fear. Lin Tian had killed the young master of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect. Even Shui was a little surprised. After all, Jin Jilin's identity was not ordinary. As the young master of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect, his background was not weak. Killing Jean Jilin would cause a lot of trouble. He hates it when people have designs on my family and friends, she muttered to herself, and could not help but chuckle. This guy, Lin Tiany's expression was still cold after killing Jean Jilin. Then he swept his gaze over the 6 true immortals and the 2 half-step true immortals. Facing this gaze, the 6 true immortals and the 2 half-step true immortals could not help but tremble. This cold gaze, coupled with the scene of Lin Tiany killing Jean Jilin, made them involuntarily feel a sense of fear. They were afraid that Lin Tian would kill them on the spot because Lin Tian definitely had the ability to do so. Lin Tian had just defeated 6 true immortals with 1 blow. Moreover, Lin Tian definitely had the guts to kill all of them. After all, Lin Tian had killed the young master of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect. Lin Tian coldly swept his gaze over the few of them. However, he did not kill them. Instead, he quickly shifted his gaze away. Let's go. He withdrew his killing intent and came to Shui and the others and asked them to leave. Okay. And Shui nodded and left with Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu. They went in the direction of the Purple Carefree Treasure Sect. Soon, the group had gone far away. The 6 true immortals and the 2 half-step true immortals who came with Jean Jilin watched Lin Tian's back as he left. They felt a chill down their spines until Lin Tian and the others had completely disappeared from their sight. Then they felt a little better, and their fear weakened. Eldest Young Master Eldest Young Master's body has a special Tao pattern that Lord Sect Master left behind. Once Eldest Young Master dies, the scene before his death will appear in front of Lord Sect Master, and Lord Sect Master will know everything. As for us, if Eldest Young Master is killed in front of us, we will probably— Damn it! The 8 of them trembled. Jean Jilin was killed in front of them. The Sect Master of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect would definitely be furious. At that time, they would not be able to get away with it. They would face extremely heavy punishment and might even be executed by the Sect Master. Investigate. We will immediately investigate and find out the origin and traces of that bastard couple. Then we will inform the Sect Master. With this, our punishment will be much lighter. At that time, the Sect Master will focus more on avenging Eldest Young Master and dealing with that bastard couple. Yes, investigate immediately, especially that bitch. Eldest Young Master was killed because of her. She is the main culprit. Let's go. The 8 of them gritted their teeth. At this time, they really hated Lin Tian and Shui. Jean Jilin's death was entirely because of these 2 people. These 2 people had brought them a lot of trouble. As they discussed, they were about to move. They were prepared to follow the direction that Lin Tian and Shui had left to investigate the 2 of them. At this time, a black-clothed man silently appeared in front of the 8 of them. His body was surrounded by a hazy divine radiance. You. Who are you? The 8 of them were shocked. This black-clothed man gave them an incomparably real sense of fear. Looking at him, they felt as if they were facing an immemorial divine mountain. Even their divine souls were trembling. The black-clothed man's eyes were cold and deep. He did not say a word. Only his cold eyes fell on the 8 of them. In the next moment, a series of popping sounds were heard. The 8 of them, without exception, exploded simultaneously. Their bodies and souls were all destroyed. After killing the 8 of them, the black-clothed man's expression did not change at all. He silently disappeared on the spot. Peaceful region, Golden Feather Treasure Sect. The floating immortal island was laid horizontally. Ancient palaces stood in great numbers. The immortal spiritual chi inside was very rich. A furious roar resounded in this vein. Violent killing intent surged, shattering several nearby ancient palaces. A middle-aged man rushed out from the center of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect. He was like a furious Lion King. His killing intent was vast and mighty, causing the whole Golden Feather Treasure Sect to tremble. Sect. Sect Master, what happened? Many disciples in the Golden Feather Treasure sect trembled. The Golden Feather Sect Master was a half-step profound immortal. This kind of cultivation was somewhat terrifying. The killing intent that he emitted was too frightening. Jin Hong, what's the matter? An old voice sounded. In this area, 3 elders appeared. All of them were at the peak of the half-step profound immortal realm. They were the 3 supreme elders of this area. Grand Elders Lin, he was killed by someone. The Golden Feather Treasure Sect Master was called Jin Hong. At this time his voice trembled as he spoke to the supreme elders. He pulled out a picture. It was the picture of Lin Tian killing Jin Jilin. And Shui and the others were also in the picture. There was a special Dao pattern in Jin Jilin's body. At the moment when he was killed by Lin Tian, all the pictures within 100 feet of Jin Jilin were presented in the sea of consciousness of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect Master. Looking at the divine sense imprint presented by the Golden Feather Sect Master, the supreme elders were immediately moved. Their faces fell. At the same time, a group of disciples in the Golden Feather Treasure Sect also saw the divine sense imprint. They were all shocked. The only son of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect Master was killed. Find out the traces of that man and kill him. Kill the woman and the 2 beasts with him as well. A supreme elder of this area said coldly, someone dared to kill the son of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect Master in the peaceful region. This was too bold. It was a slap in the face of their sect. The Golden Feather Sect Master's eyes were filled with killing intent. He immediately roared, "Men, go and find out the traces of these 2 people and bring back their heads." He waved his hand, and the figures of Lin Tian and Shui were displayed in the divine sense imprint. Almost at the moment when he finished speaking, the void shook slightly. A black-robed man appeared silently in front of him. The Golden Feather Sect Master was immediately moved. This black-robed man was definitely not from the Golden Feather Treasure Sect. "Who are you, Clang?" The black-robed man attacked. The Golden Feather Sect Master exploded immediately. Even his divine soul was shattered. In an instant his body and soul were destroyed. Such a scene shocked everyone in the Golden Feather Treasure Sect. The Sect Master of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect was killed by a black-robed man who suddenly appeared. At the same time, the 3 supreme elders of this area trembled violently. They were all aghast. "You, Clang!" Another ear-piercing sword sound rang out. The black-robed man slashed out a sword light and killed one of the supreme elders of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect. His body and divine soul were destroyed at the same time. It was the old man who said that he wanted to kill Lin Tian, and Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu. This caused everyone in the Golden Feather Treasure Sect to tremble again. The 2 supreme elders of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect, who were at the peak of the half-step profound immortal realm, were also pale. Who was this black-robed man? He was too terrifying. He killed 2 half-step profound immortals of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect with 2 strikes. Who are you? Why did you? One of the supreme elders looked at the black-robed man and said with a trembling voice. He did not understand why this terrifying black-robed man suddenly entered the Golden Feather Treasure Sect and killed them. The black-robed man's eyes were deep and cold. He looked at the last 2 supreme elders of this area and said coldly, "Don't disturb the young lady of my clan. Otherwise I will destroy you." Along with the cold voice, the black-robed man disappeared silently, leaving behind the terrified members of the Golden Feather Treasure Sect. Lin Tian killed Jin Jilin and left the place where he was before. He and Shui headed towards the Purple Shao Treasure Sect. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. They were already very close to the Purple Shao Treasure Sect. They appeared in a desolate mountain, dozens of miles away from the Purple Shao treasure sect. They continued to walk towards the Purple Shao treasure sect at a steady pace. This was because they did not have anything urgent to do at the moment. Cultivate harder. You are only one step away from the true immortal realm. Whooshing Crocodile said. The true immortal realm was another watershed in the long path of cultivation. Once one stepped into the true immortal realm, there would be earth-shaking changes in all aspects. Lin Tian nodded. Now they had all condensed 8 strands of celestial core power. After that, they only needed to condense 1 more strand of celestial core power to gather 9 strands of celestial core power. Then they would be able to step into the true immortal realm. I will be able to step into the true immortal realm in half a month at most. I will definitely step into the true immortal realm before you all. And Shui said with a smile, Yes, I know you are good, okay? Lin Tian said with a smile. He did not doubt Shui's words. Now, Shui was about to condense 9 strands of celestial core power. He would indeed step into the true immortal realm soon. After saying this, he did not change his pace and continued to walk towards the Purple Shao treasure sect. Chapter 1562. The little girl was wearing a tattered green dress, and her face was very pale. The forest behind her was collapsing, and Lin Tian and the others were all shocked. Then, in the next moment, a huge demonic-winged ape pounced out. It was more than 90 feet tall, and its eyes were blood red. It chased after the little girl as if it was chasing after a delicious prey, and its eyes flashed with a fierce light from time to time. It's comparable to a half-step golden immortal. Lin Tian's expression changed. The demonic chi around this demonic-winged ape was so dense that it was a little scary. It was pitch black, like a ferocious beast that stepped out of the nether realm. Run, you guys! The little girl looked at Lin Tian and the others and shouted, but her voice was very clear. As she shouted, the little girl gritted her teeth again, changed her direction, and rushed in another direction. This action caused Lin Tian and the others to be involuntarily moved. This little girl has a good heart. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. The little girl was originally running in their direction, but at this moment she changed her direction. Obviously, she did not want to implicate them because of the ferocious ape chasing behind her. And because of this action, the distance between the little girl and the ferocious ape was shortened by a lot. Roar! The ferocious ape roared, and the demonic light was terrifying, surging, and majestic. Because the little girl changed her direction, in the blink of an eye, the ferocious ape really caught up with the little girl. It stretched out a black beast claw and grabbed at the little girl. You can't dodge it. Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. Lin Tian moved immediately. With a flash of his feet, he raised his speed to the limit and appeared in front of the little girl in an instant. His left hand grabbed the little girl, and his right hand punched at the ferocious ape with all the strength of his body. In the blink of an eye, his fist collided with the ferocious ape's beast claw. Bang! A violent muffled sound like a thunderclap. The ferocious ape swayed violently and took a few steps back. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was in an even more sorry state. Holding the little girl in his arms, he was sent flying on the spot. He felt as if his fist had collided with the claws of the ferocious ape. It was as if his fist had collided with an indestructible sacred metal. He immediately felt a wave of pain as he was sent flying dozens of feet away. Only after smashing through dozens of huge ancient trees did he finally stabilize his body and come to a stop. Are you okay? The little girl looked at Lin Tian and immediately asked. Then she said, Didn't I tell you to run? Why did you charge over here instead? Wasn't that stupid? That stupid monkey is very fierce. Lin Tian put the little girl down and rubbed her little head with a smile. The little girl called the ferocious ape a stupid monkey, which made him a little happy. If I hadn't rushed over, you would have been eaten by that stupid monkey. He said. The little girl was being chased by the ferocious ape that was comparable to a half-step golden immortal. She was already in a very dangerous situation. However, in order not to implicate them, she clearly knew that forcibly changing her direction would cause her to become even more dangerous. Yet she still did so. So, how could he watch her suffer? If he really watched her suffer, then he would not be Lin Tian, and his conscience would not be at ease. And Shui Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu all flashed over at this time. After seeing that Lin Tian and the little girl were safe and sound, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Roar! The ferocious ape's roar was mighty and mighty. Its pair of eyes were huge and cold, and its majestic demon chi was rolling violently like the waves of the sea. It stared at Lin Tianyi and the others. Its gaze fell on the little girl, and it directly stepped forward. You guys take her and leave this place first. I'll stall it, and then I'll come to find you. Lin Tian said to Shui Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu. This ferocious ape was very powerful. With his current cultivation base, even with the incomplete golden immortal artifact, he was no match for it. Now he could barely stall the ape and let Shui Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu take the little girl away first. After they safely evacuated, he would look for an opportunity to escape. And Shui Shui obviously understood what he meant. He immediately pulled the little girl and left with Whooshing Crocodile and little Tai Chu. Be careful! The little girl was pulled away by Shui Shui. She turned around and shouted at Lin Tian in a very clear voice. Lin Tianyi smiled and waved his hand with his back facing the little girl, indicating that she did not need to worry. Roar! The ferocious ape roared. When it saw the little girl being pulled away by Shui Shui, its eyes became even more ferocious. It immediately chased after the little girl. Lin Tian snorted and stopped the ferocious ape. He used the 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts incantation and pushed his physical strength to the limit. Together with the 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts incantation, he once again attacked the ferocious ape head-on. Dong! This terrifying punch was much stronger than the previous one. It forced the ferocious ape to stop chasing the little girl. It had no choice but to respond to Lin Tian's punch. This was because the silver lightning carried by the 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts incantation on Lin Tian's fist gave it a sense of danger. It roared and stretched out its black beast claws to meet Lin Tian's punch. Bam! Another muffled sound was heard. Lin Tian's fist and the ferocious ape's beast claws collided. The silver lightning and the gray demon chi sizzled. Lin Tian was directly sent flying again. He felt his fist go numb. On the other hand, the ferocious ape only shook violently. Very strong. Lin Tian thought to himself, this ferocious ape was much stronger than him. Roar! The ferocious ape roared and sent Lin Tian flying. It looked in the direction where Shui Shui had taken the little girl and chased after them. It was as if there was something on the little girl that was very attractive to it. Don't even think about chasing after them. Lin Tian stepped forward. This time he no longer fought with the ferocious ape at close range. Instead, he activated the 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts incantation to the limit. Streaks of silver lightning continuously struck down on the ferocious ape. The silver lightning was evolved from the 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts incantation. It had a great restraining effect on demons and evil spirits. The ferocious ape roared and became very irritable. It was obvious that it was very uncomfortable with the silver lightning. At the same time, it could not chase after the little girl because Lin Tian had stopped it here. Roar! It roared and its demonic power surged, shattering the streaks of silver lightning. This made Lin Tian shocked again. The 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts incantation restrained the ferocious ape. However, the ferocious ape's strength was really terrifying. Now that he had activated the 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts incantation with all his might, he could not hurt the ferocious ape at all. He could only use the powerful restraining effect of the lightning on demons to cause some interference to the ferocious ape. Roar! The ferocious ape roared, and the sound waves shook the sky. Lin Tian felt that his eardrums were about to burst. In the end, he even propped up the Thunder Immortal Way and the Nameless Way of Tao to cooperate with the 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts incantation to hold the ferocious ape back. In the process, his divine power was consumed at an astonishing speed. However, the ferocious ape was not hurt at all. It was only restrained here by Lin Tian's lightning and power of Tao. Gradually, Lin Tian's divine power was consumed more and more. He was almost dried up, and his face became a little pale. The ancient trees around him were destroyed by the Thunder Immortal Way of Tao and the ferocious ape's demonic power. Pieces of the ground were shattered. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. Lin Tian felt that Shui and the others had already taken the little girl far away. It's about time, he muttered to himself. His eyes flashed as he used the 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts incantation and the Ling Tian sword scripture to slash out an unparalleled sword ray at the ferocious ape. Then he quickly retreated and used the 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts incantation and the duality steps. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a human-shaped lightning bolt and rushed into the distance. The ferocious ape was extremely powerful. It shattered Lin Tian's lightning-killing sword, but it soon discovered that Lin Tian had fled. Moreover, his speed was shockingly fast, disappearing from its field of vision in the blink of an eye. This caused the ape to let out a furious roar that shook the sky, causing a large area of the ground to crumble. Lin Tian shook off the ferocious ape and rushed far away in a short while. Then he saw Shui, the little girl, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu from afar. In a flash, he arrived in front of the group. That ferocious ape might still come after us. Let's change directions a few more times to make it difficult for it to catch up, he said. Then the group left this position. After zigzagging in several different directions in the ancient forest, they finally moved forward in a fixed direction. Roar! In the ancient forest, the ferocious ape's roar came from afar. It was full of anger. Apparently, it was just as Lin Tian had expected. After that, it went to chase after Lin Tian and the others. However, it failed to catch up. Lin Tian heard the ferocious ape's roar from afar and smiled casually. The ferocious ape's roar was very far away. Now that they were in this position, it could be said that they were absolutely safe. Thank you. The little girl thanked Lin Tiandao. Although she was only 13 or 14 years old, her voice was very clear and crisp. However, she was far more mature than other children her age. Her cultivation was at the Nirvana plane. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. The immortal domain was indeed the immortal domain. A 13 or 14-year-old girl's cultivation was at the Nirvana plane. In the starry sky, it was simply frightening. However, he wasn't very surprised. This was because the cultivators in the immortal domain had a very high starting point. From the moment they stepped on the path of cultivation, they absorbed immortal spiritual energy, which was far more powerful than ordinary spiritual energy. Reaching the Nirvana plane at the age of 13 or 14 was considered normal. It's fine. He looked at the little girl and shook his head to indicate that she didn't need to thank him. Then he asked, "What about you? Why did you come to this ancient forest alone? Why were you chased by that ferocious beast?" And Shui and the others also looked at the little girl when they heard that. The little girl waved her small hand, and a stalk of treasure grass appeared in her hand. Strands of divine light intertwined around the stalk of treasure grass. She said somewhat angrily, "It saw that I picked the extreme moon grass and wanted to snatch it away. It chased me all the way." As she spoke, her small hand moved slightly, and she took out a treasure talisman. Fortunately, Grandpa gave me the deity simulation talisman. Otherwise, I would have been in its stomach. Lin Tian and the others couldn't help but be moved when they saw the extreme moon grass and the deity simulation talisman in the little girl's hand. Chapter 1563. Lin Tian and the others were moved. This little girl's luck was not bad. She actually found a stalk of extreme moon grass in such an ancient forest. Moreover, the little girl also had a treasure like the divine evolution talisman. Although this treasure did not have any terrifying attack power, it could increase one's speed to the limit. It was very extraordinary and very valuable. After all, only experts above the golden immortal realm could refine it. Ordinary people could not take out such a treasure talisman. My name is Ning Yeya. You can call me Yeya. The little girl's voice was crisp. She looked at Lin Tian and asked, "What about you?" She had already asked in Shui and the others before. Now she asked Lin Tian's name. Lin Tian. Lin Tian said simply. Ning Ye nodded with a sweet smile on her little face. She thanked Lin Tian again. Well, thank you, Lin Tian. If you did not help me, I would be in that stupid monkey's stomach now. I told you not to thank me. Lin Tian smiled and shook his head. You saved Yea's life. No matter how many times I thank you, it is necessary and necessary. Ning Ye said crisply. After chatting with Lin Tian and the others for a while, she suddenly saw that the sky had darkened. She blinked and said to Lin Tian and the others, "Well, I'm sorry. Yeya has to go to the mountains to find something else. Then I have to go back. Otherwise, Grandpa will be worried." "Do you need me to go with you?" Lin Tian asked. The little girl was young, but she had a good heart. She looked sensible and cute. He liked her very much. There were many powerful, ferocious beasts in the nearby mountains. The little girl's cultivation was not high. He was worried that the little girl would be in danger again. Naturally, Yeya could tell that Lin Tian was worried about her. She said sweetly, "Don't worry, Yeya will be fine. Grandpa has given Yeya a lot of treasures. As long as Yeya doesn't encounter monsters above the half-step golden immortal level, she won't be in danger. That stupid monkey just now was just an accident." Yu pointed at another mountain not far away. "The thing that Yu is looking for is in that mountain. We won't encounter that stupid monkey from before. Besides, Grandpa said before that the strongest monster there is only at the true immortal stage. They won't be able to do anything to Yu. Lin Tian looked at Yeya's confident expression and nodded, no longer worried about her. "Thank you, and thank you all." Yeya thanked Lin Tiandao and in Shui and the others again. She was very polite. "Yeya will leave first. Although I don't know who you are, I will come out again to play with you if I have the chance in the future." She waved at Lin Tian and Shui and the others and then ran away. Her speed was very fast, and in a flash, she disappeared without a trace. Lin Tian looked at the direction Ye left and smiled. He then called and Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu to leave. They continued to head in the direction of the Purple Harmony Treasure Sect. This place was not far from the Purple Harmony Treasure Sect. However, the two people and two beasts were not in a hurry, so their footsteps were still very slow. After about half a day, they finally arrived at the Purple Harmony Treasure Sect. It was early in the morning, and the sun had just risen. That ruthless person is back. With that ruthless person's character, I wonder what he will do this time. This time he is powerless. They are led by the #1 disciple of the inner sect. They are the will of the entire inner sect. How can he go against all the inner sect disciples? That's a joke. Moreover, the reason why he was able to defeat Zhou Huajun last time was because he had the help of the formation that was engraved in advance. Otherwise, he would definitely not be a match for Zhou Huajun. After all, he is only a half-step true immortal. Oh, that's true. This time he can only swallow his anger. Yeah, in the Purple Harmony Treasure Sect, when some disciples saw Lin Tian, their expressions became very strange. Many of them whispered to each other. When Lin Tian stepped into the Purple Harmony Treasure Sect, He naturally heard the discussions of these disciples. He was slightly curious about it. However, he did not pay too much attention to it and went straight to his residence. And Shui casually followed beside him and followed him to his residence. "You're following me? Aren't we going back to your place?" Lin Tian asked. "It's too boring to go back now. You are my only friend in Taining province. I'll go to your place to play." And Shui said with a wink. Lin Tian replied with an "oh," and continued to walk to his residence in the outer court. Soon he and Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu arrived in front of his residence. Then they immediately stopped in front of his residence. As far as the eye could see, the residence he chose was in ruins. The attic was destroyed, and the courtyard was very dilapidated. In the center of the courtyard, a large word, inner, was engraved with sword chi, and there was a fierce sword essence intertwined around it. "Who did this?" Wuxing Crocodile said angrily. This was the residence of Lin Tian, and little Taichu in the Purple Harmony treasure sect. But now it was destroyed like this. This was a slap to their faces and trampling on their dignity. "Yeah," little Taichu called out in a childish voice, seeming very angry. "This is too much." And Shui was also angry. Lin Tian's face had already darkened. At this time, seeing many other outer court disciples nearby pointing at them, he immediately grabbed one of the yellow-clothed men and asked, "Who did this?" The yellow-clothed man, like Lin Tian and others, joined the Purple Harmony treasure sect on the same day, but he was at the eternal middle stage. At this time he was caught by Lin Tian. Facing Lin Tianling's gloomy expression and remembering the series of things Lin Tian had done in the Purple Harmony treasure sect not long ago, he couldn't help but shudder. He seemed a little afraid of Lin Tian and said with a trembling voice, It's senior brother, Duan Xingxian, the number 1 inner court senior brothers, who destroyed this place together with all the other inner court senior brothers. You seriously injured Zhou Huajun of the inner court. The inner court senior brothers think you are too arrogant and want to give you a warning." "I'm arrogant? Give me a warning." Lin Tian's voice was very cold. The yellow-clothed man trembled. That's right. Senior brother Zhou Huajun is also a member of the inner court senior brothers. The inner court senior brothers think that an outer court disciple who just joined the sect dared to hurt an inner court disciple. It's too arrogant and domineering, which offended their inner court senior brothers, so they all came to destroy your residence as a warning. And Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu were even angrier when they heard this. "It's obviously that Zhou Huajun who provoked us. Can't we beat him up? If we beat him up, we'll become arrogant and domineering. All the inner court disciples came together to destroy this place as a warning. Who's the arrogant one? Who's the domineering one?" And Shui was furious. "These bastards, they're asking for it." Wuxing Crocodile cursed loudly. Lin Tian's face was naturally very cold. He let go of the yellow-clothed man and left directly. "Go to the inner court," he said with a cold face. There were more than 1,000 inner court disciples in the Purple Liberty treasure sect, and the weakest one was at the early stage of true immortal. So many people came together just because Zhou Huajun, who was also an inner court disciple, came to provoke and kill him and was beaten up by him. Therefore, they destroyed their residence as a warning to him and showed him that the inner court disciples were not to be offended. The destruction of their residence was in itself a very small matter, but this matter was related to their dignity. Catch! Wuxing Crocodile waved its claws and threw a baodan to Lin Tian. It was the Transcendence Divine pill that Lin Tian had given it before. Now they were going to the inner court. Naturally, they were not going to negotiate. With Lin Tian's personality, he would definitely fight. There were more than 1,000 inner court disciples, and the weakest one was at the early stage of true immortal, and the strongest one was at the peak of true immortal. Even someone as strong as Lin Tian and his broken golden immortal artifact would not be a match for more than 1,000 true immortal inner court disciples. Therefore, it directly threw the transcendence divine pill to Lin Tian. With Lin Tian's current strength, coupled with this transcendence divine pill that increased his combat strength by 10 times, and coupled with that incomplete golden immortal artifact, he would absolutely be able to sweep through those 1,000+ true immortal inner sect disciples. Lin Tian caught the transcendence divine pill and held it in his hand. He did not stop at all and walked toward the inner court residence. And Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu followed behind. Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu were not happy. And Shui was naturally not happy, because Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu were all her friends. Of course, she was very angry that her friends' residences had been destroyed. For a moment, the 2 men and 2 beasts were obviously cold and angry. When they walked toward the inner court residence, the disciples of the Purple Shao Treasure Sect who were passing by were shocked. This ruthless person's face is so cold. This direction seems to be towards the inner court residence. Is he going to reason with those inner court disciples? It doesn't look like it. More than 1,000 inner court disciples of the Purple Shao Treasure Sect had destroyed Lin Tian's residence as a warning. This matter was naturally known by all the disciples of the Purple Shao Treasure Sect. At this time, the disciples of the Purple Shao Treasure Sect who were passing by saw Lin Tian walking toward the inner court residence with a cold face. Many of them could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. It looks like he's going to chop people up in the inner court. Chop people up? Are you kidding me? He's only a half-step true immortal. How dare he act so presumptuously in the inner court residence? Those people are all true immortals. There are more than 1,000 of them. Even if he's angry and unwilling, he won't do such a stupid thing, right? That's true, but it looks like he's going to reason with them. Many disciples' eyes were filled with shock. Let's go and see, someone said. Immediately, many people followed behind Lin Tian from afar as they headed towards the residential area of the inner sect disciples. Lin Tian naturally felt that a group of people was following them. However, he did not care at all. His face was very cold as he continued to walk toward the inner court residence. At the same time, he swallowed the transcendence divine pill that Whooshing Crocodile had given him. Not long after that, a vast area appeared in front of them. There were ancient palaces next to each other. Each of them was engraved with extraordinary Tao runes. Each of them was extremely huge, and there were thousands of them. This was the residential area of the inner sect disciples. Each of the ancient palaces was the residential area of an inner sect disciple. It was much better than the residential area of the outer sect disciples. Lin Tian and Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu walked toward the inner court residence. There were inner court disciples in the inner court residence. And inner court disciple in brown was stunned when he saw Lin Tian and the others. Then he recognized Lin Tian. Seeing Lin Tian's cold face, he could roughly guess that Lin Tian had seen the scene of his residence being destroyed. He knew that his residence was destroyed by the inner court disciples. He sneered and said, "That arrogant newcomer from the outer court destroyed your residence as a warning to you not to be too arrogant. Are you unhappy with that? Now that you dare to break into this place, it seems like you're looking for..." Swoosh! With a whistling sound, Lin Tian took a step forward and arrived in front of the man in an instant. He interrupted the man's words and punched him. Chapter 1564. Lin Tian's punch was not light. On the surface, it looked like it had shattered all of the man's teeth. At the same time, the man's internal organs were all shattered. After all, the man was only at the early stage of the true immortal realm. With Lin Tian's own combat strength, the man was no match for him. Moreover, Lin Tian's current combat strength had increased tenfold by the Transcendence Divine Pill. Under such circumstances, If he had not held back, he could have killed the man with one punch. Ah! The man in yellow could not help but scream. It was only a punch, but he had suffered unimaginable damage. At this time, blood was gushing out of his mouth, and blood was also flowing out of his body. With one punch, he had lost all ability to move. Lin Tian lifted his leg and kicked the man to the side of the whooshing crocodile. Under the premise of preserving your life, fight as hard as you can, he said coldly. In fact, there was no need for him to say anything. The moment he kicked the man in yellow, the whooshing crocodile directly attacked. Its claws fiercely greeted the man in yellow without any mercy. "Little guy, come here too," the whooshing crocodile called out to the little Taichu. The little Taichu naturally swayed over and greeted the man in yellow with its little claws. It seemed to be floating, but every time it landed, the man in yellow cried out in pain and kept vomiting blood. After that, and Shui also rushed over. She did not hold back at all. She raised her slender, jade-like leg and kicked fiercely. She had no grudges with the man, but who asked him to have grudges with Lin Tian, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Taichu? Her position was very clear. The enemy of her friends was her enemy. Ah! The man in yellow was unable to resist Lin Tian's punches. Now, and Shui, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Taichu surrounded and beat him up. Painful screams were heard one after another. Outside the inner residence area, the group of disciples who followed Lin Tian and the others to watch the show were all stunned. They actually breaking into the residence of an inner disciple to cause trouble. Everyone was shocked. These people all knew that Lin Tian's residence had been destroyed by all the inner sect disciples because Lin Tian had injured Zhou Huajun, which made the inner sect disciples feel that he had damaged their dignity. So they wanted to give Lin Tian a warning. After this incident, everyone thought that Lin Tianji could swallow his anger. After all, Lin Tian was only an outer disciple of the half-step true immortal realm. In any case, it was impossible for him to compete with more than 1,000 inner disciples of the true immortal realm. No matter how much dissatisfaction and resentment he had, he could only swallow it down. However, these people did not expect that Lin Tian would break into the residence area of the inner sect disciples after he came back from his training and beat up the inner sect disciples as soon as he saw them. His domineering attitude took everyone by surprise. They did not expect this to happen at all. Moreover, Lin Tian's punch also made these cultivators tremble. With just one punch, an early-stage true immortal had lost his ability to resist. This is simply so powerful. But isn't this too daring? How dare he do such a thing? Everyone was shocked. An outer disciple broke into the residence area of the inner sect disciples and beat up an inner sect disciple. This had never happened before in the history of the Purple Shao Treasure Sect. Bam! 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 A series of muffled groans reverberated in the air. The whooshing crocodile, little Taichu, and in Shui surrounded the yellow-clothed man and beat him up relentlessly. You destroyed our residence to protect your reputation. What reputation do you have? I'll beat you up until you can't take care of yourself. Yeah, I just don't like you. The whooshing crocodile, little Taichu, and in Shui surrounded the yellow-clothed man and beat him up. One after another, they made the yellow-clothed man scream even more miserably. They knew when to stop and did not harm the yellow-clothed man's life. However, every time they hit him, they hit the most painful part of his body. The yellow-clothed man's screams became louder and louder and louder and louder. With such momentum, all of the inner sect disciples in the inner sect residence district were quickly made aware of this matter. Immediately, all of the inner sect disciples who were coincidentally staying in this area walked out, each and every one of them furious. One of them stared at Lin Tian and said in a bone-chilling voice, "How dare you? How dare you come to our inner sect and hurt people? You're courting death." As he said that, the person directly made a move and grabbed at Lin Tian. His true immortal chi was vast and mighty. I gave you a warning, but you didn't repent. You even dared to break into this place and act so presumptuously. You're getting more and more arrogant. I can't let you live. Although the person was a little surprised that Lin Tian could injure the yellow-clothed man, who was also an inner sect disciple, he only thought that the yellow-clothed man was too careless. This was because he had heard that Lin Tian, an outer sect disciple, had a very strong physical body. He thought that the yellow-clothed man must have been careless and suffered a great loss in terms of physical strength. He was heavily injured by Lin Tian to the point where he could not move. At this time, he made a move and pressed down on Lin Tian. His true immortal chi was vast and mighty, and he attacked with divine energy. Lin Tian did not waste any time. With extreme speed, he grabbed the person's wrist that was about to slap him. The powerful force shattered the true immortal divine energy around the person's hand. The person who made a move was shocked. Lin Tian actually shattered the powerful true immortal chi he had released. You, Puff! Lin Tian fiercely exerted his strength, directly shattering this person's wrist. Blood immediately floated in the void. His physical body was already comparable to that of a true immortal expert. Now, after consuming the Transcendence Divine Pill, the strength of his physical body had increased by 10 times. As such, shattering the true immortal chi around that person's arm and crushing that person's arm was as easy as pulling out weeds. After all, the person who made a move was the same as the yellow-clothed man before. He was only an early-stage true immortal. In fact, among the thousands of inner sect disciples in the Purple Heaven Treasure sect, the majority of them were early-stage true immortals. They occupied about 2/3 of the entire inner sect. Ah! The person who made a move let out a scream. Lin Tian crushed the person's arm. At the same time, he channeled the power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunder's spell into it, which turned into waves of thunderous force. At this time, it was rampant in the person's body, disrupting the flow of divine energy and crushing his internal organs. Lin Tian lifted his leg and kicked the person to the side of Whooshing Crocodile and the others. Whooshing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and Shui Shui had just beaten the yellow-clothed man until he fainted. At this time, Lin Tian kicked another person over. They immediately surrounded him and fiercely attacked him. Ah! Immediately, the person who was kicked over by Lin Tian let out an even more shrill scream. Such a scene caused the crowd of outer sect disciples who came to watch the show to change their expressions again. Another blow to make an inner sect disciple at the true immortal realm lose the ability to resist. How is he so strong? It seems like he is still at the half-step true immortal realm. Many people looked at Lin Tian with a horrified expression. When they came here, Lin Tian defeated 2 inner sect disciples with just one blow, causing them to lose all ability to resist. This made everyone's heart tremble. This was too unbelievable. At the same time, the other inner sect disciples in the inner sect residential area all turned pale. They had all recognized Lin Tian early on. They knew that he was the new outer sect disciple who had severely injured Zhou Huajun not long ago. Some time ago, they went together to destroy Lin Tian's residence in the outer sect residential area. They felt that a new outer sect disciple like Lin Tianyi dared to injure an inner sect disciple, Zhou Huajun, so they destroyed Lin Tian's residence to give Lin Tianyi a warning. However, they did not expect that Lin Tian would directly break into the inner sect residential area at this time. Moreover, he attacked twice and easily defeated 2 of the inner sect disciples. However, the faces of the inner sect disciples soon turned cold. This was the residential area of the inner sect disciples. There were more than 1,000 inner sect disciples here, and all of them were at the true immortal realm. Lin Tianyi, an outer sect disciple at the half-step true immortal realm, dared to break into their residential area and hurt them. This was too audacious. A mere outer sect disciple at the half-step true immortal realm dared to do this and go against the entire inner sect. You are courting death. Take him down!" The inner sect disciples shouted. Dozens of inner sect disciples attacked together, and genuine immortal chi surged around their bodies. Moreover, the immortal Tao law intertwined. This caused the outer sect disciples who came to watch the show to be frightened. Dozens of true immortals attacked together, and the power was somewhat frightening. At this time, they could not stop their hearts from trembling, and they felt as if their spirits were about to collapse. After all, more than 90% of the outer sect disciples were ordinary eternal realm cultivators. They were too far away from the true immortal realm. The faint coercion of a true immortal was enough to make them unable to exert any strength. Dozens of true immortals attacked together. How can that person block it? Many people's hearts trembled. At this time, dozens of true immortal realm intersect disciples' true immortal realm divine power, all pressed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face was cold. These dozens of true immortals were only early-stage true immortals. He had condensed 8 strands of celestial core power, and his combat strength was not weaker than an ordinary early-stage true immortal realm cultivator. Moreover, his combat strength was 10 times stronger. These dozens of early-stage true immortals attacked him together, and he did not take them seriously at all. He used the divining divine skill to summon the divining divine elephant. It was either sword light, saber light, beast shadow, or immortal mountain. At the same time, he faced the dozens of true immortal realm inner sect disciples. With a boom, the two sides collided. The divine elephant of heavens that he conjured instantly shattered the true immortal level divine power unleashed by dozens of inner sect disciples, causing them to be sent flying while coughing up blood. Many of them could not help but cry out in pain. Clang! He waved his hand, and a large amount of sword light appeared. It fell from the sky like a rain of swords, piercing through the dozens of true immortals and nailing them to the ground. Moreover, because the sword light contained the power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunder skill, the power of thunder surged into the bodies of the dozens of true immortals, causing them to be severely paralyzed, and all of them lost their ability to move. How can this be? Impossible. Everyone was shocked. Dozens of true immortal realm intersect disciples attacked together, wanting to suppress Lin Tian with one blow, or even kill Lin Tian. However, the result was that Lin Tianyi swept away all of them and nailed them to the ground with sword light. Those are dozens of true immortals. He is only a half-step true immortal. How can he defeat dozens of true immortals with one blow? Chapter 1565. A half-step true immortal, who had just joined the sect for less than a month, had barged into the inner sect and injured dozens of inner sect disciples with a single blow. He had even pinned them to the ground with his sword radiance. This was simply too unbelievable. Did you consume a precious medicine that could forcefully increase your strength? An inner sect disciple shouted. No matter how strong a half-step true immortal was, it was impossible for him to be so strong that he could injure dozens of true immortals so easily. This was simply impossible. The inner sect disciples could only think of the possibility that Lin Tian had consumed a baodan that could temporarily increase his strength. That was how he could possess such strength. He consumed a precious medicine that could forcefully increase his strength? This seems to be the only explanation for his terrifying combat strength at the half-step true immortal realm. When the group of cultivators heard the inner sect disciples' words, they immediately understood why Lin Tian was so powerful. Then they were shocked again because a baodan that could temporarily increase one's strength was extremely valuable. Lin Tianyi was just an outer sect disciple. How could he possess such a baodan? Lin Tian looked at the group of inner sect disciples with a cold expression. Without any superfluous words, he took a step towards the group of inner sect disciples and raised his hand to punch them. These people were beaten up because Zhou Huajun went to his place to provoke and kill him. Therefore, they gathered all the inner sect disciples and destroyed his residence as a warning to him. They wanted to show him the inviolable dignity of the inner sect disciples. This was intolerable to him. These people were just stirring up trouble for no reason, and this kind of provocation was trampling on their dignity. This was a matter of dignity, and he would never back down. Boom! He threw out a punch. The power of his punch was horrifying. It was like a falling meteorite, as if it was going to destroy everything. Bang! 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 Dozens of inner sect disciples were sent flying. Under this punch, each of them vomited blood. He sent dozens of inner sect disciples flying with one punch. Outside the inner sect's residential area, a group of outer sect disciples felt their hearts palpitate. Even though they had guessed that Lin Tian had consumed some kind of Baodan medicine to forcibly increase his strength, they still could not help but be shocked at this moment. This kind of battle strength was indeed somewhat frightening. Lin Tian was like a tyrannosaurus in the inner disciple area. At this time, he directly rushed into the crowd of inner disciples. His movements were simple and crude. He only swung his fists, and every time he swung his fists, there would be a very frightening fist wind. Bang! 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 As he swung his fists, one inner sect disciple after another was sent flying, each of them coughing up blood. Some of the true immortal inner disciples were unable to move after being hit by a single punch. Lin Tian's punch was simply too terrifying. Wu Xing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and Shui Shui were also in the inner sect residence. When they saw the inner sect disciples who were knocked to the ground by Lin Tian, they immediately rushed over and beat them up without holding back. "You bastards, how dare you? Ah, damn it, how dare you do this? Stop! Ah!" Many inner sect disciples screamed miserably. After being knocked to the ground by Lin Tian, they were directly beaten up by Wu Xing Crocodile and Shui Shui and Little Taichu. It was true that every punch landed on their flesh, and their claws were extremely painful. Lin Tian stepped into the crowd of inner sect disciples and continuously swung his fists. He even carried the power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation. Many inner sect disciples were no match for him, and they were all knocked down one after another. Don't underestimate him. He has taken a medicine to increase his strength. Don't think of him as a half-step true immortal anymore. Let's go together and suppress him. Use the divine technique. Many inner sect disciples shouted. For a moment, true immortal qi rolled, and the immortal Tao law intertwined, mightily suppressing Lin Tian, and the sound was intimidating. Lin Tian's expression was still cold. He activated the 4-symbol seal, and the divination divine technique met the attack. In the blink of an eye, the divine techniques of the 2 sides collided, and waves of terrifying divine force rippled out. In this area, the ground immediately exploded. Large cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Some of the residences of the inner sect disciples in this area were directly shattered by such a huge force. Puff! 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 Blood splattered everywhere as the inner disciples were sent flying one after another. Under Lin Tian's 4-symbol seal and Sky's divination divine technique, it was difficult for them to resist. He used the Baodan to increase his combat strength. How could he be so strong? Many people's hearts trembled. It was also at this moment that a cold snort was heard. Outside the inner sect residence area, a group of people walked in, led by a young man in purple. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his expression was cold. This was a very powerful person, and his blood qi was vigorous. Behind him were many other people, and they were also very strong. This is Duan Xingxian, the #1 inner sect disciple, a super genius at the peak of the true immortal realm. He will soon become a true disciple. Not only that, it's said that one of the sect's golden immortal elders is his uncle. Some of the true disciples are very polite when they see him. Outside the inner sect residence area, some cultivators were discussing. They looked at Duan Xingxian with a face full of fear and respect. Senior Brother Duan, Senior Brother Duan, you're finally back. Senior Brother Duan, you brought us to teach this person a lesson and gave him a warning out of kindness, but he didn't repent. Now he's gone from bad to worse. He actually broke into our inner sect. Then he seems to have taken some kind of baodan to increase his strength. Oui. Senior Brother, we must punish him severely. In the inner sect residence area, many inner sect disciples were extremely respectful when they saw Duan Xingxian. Duan Xingxian's expression was cold. He glanced at the group of inner sect disciples who were beaten up by Lin Tian. Then his gaze fell on Lin Tian. His expression didn't change and was still cold. It was a look of disregard. Obviously, he didn't take Lin Tian seriously at all. Even though Lin Tian had beaten up so many inner sect disciples, Lin Tian was just like an ant in his eyes. I'm the leader of the inner sect. You hurt my inner sect disciples, so I only gave you a small warning. Unfortunately, you seem to have ignored it. You barged in here and hurt my inner sect disciples again. Have you ever thought about the consequences of your actions? Looking at Lin Tian, Duan Xingxian didn't deliberately show his arrogance. However, his expression was like that of an emperor looking down on his subjects. It was as if he could control everything about Lin Tian with just a thought. Son of a bitch, why are you so arrogant? You brought people to destroy our residence. Do you think we're so easy to bully? Wuxing Crocodile scolded in a cold voice. Son of a bitch. Little Taichu echoed. Son of a bitch. And Shui echoed. Outside the inner sect residence area, a group of outer sect disciples looked at Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and Shui. They felt that Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and Shui were too bold to insult Duan Xingxian like that. How dare you? How dare you talk to Senior Brother Duan like that? You're courting death. Cripple them. A group of outer sect disciples looked coldly at Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and Shui. They're too arrogant. Behind Duan Xingxian, a group of inner sect disciples shook their heads and sneered. These people were stronger, and they were all middle-stage true immortals. Duan Xingxian's expression did not change much, but his eyes turned colder, and he did not hide the killing intent in them. It's no big deal. Since they've barged into this place, they're all going to die. Before they die, I'll let them have their fill, he said coldly. Lin Tian's expression was also cold. He did not say a word and directly moved. He activated the yin and yang steps to the limit, and the 5 Thunder Sky Shock technique was also activated. He instantly turned into a human-shaped lightning and strode toward Duan Xingxian. He's charging toward Duan Xingxian? Duan Xingxian is at the peak of true immortal. Even if he forcibly increased his strength with a special elixir, he's no match for Duan Xingxian at the peak of true immortal. Seeing Lin Tian rushing toward Duan Xingxian, a group of people outside the inner sect residence area could not help but change their expressions. Duan Xingxian saw Lin Tian rushing toward him, but his expression did not change at all. He was still cold, and there was a faint cold light in his eyes. Outer sect disciple, a half-step true immortal, who dares to charge at me directly. You're the first. You're very bold, but also very stupid. Duan Xingxian did not move at all. He waited for Lin Tian to charge at him directly. He really did not take Lin Tian seriously. Behind him, the other inner sect disciples also sneered. You think you're infallible? You're throwing an egg at a rock. These people mocked. Lin Tian was very fast, and his expression was also cold. He did not care about Duan Xingxian and the others' words at all. In the blink of an eye, he stepped in front of Duan Xingxian. It was also at this moment, with a thought, a pitch-black, broken sword appeared in his hand. It immediately exuded a faint, golden, immortal aura, and the sharp sword momentum was vast and mighty. Duan Xingxian's calm expression disappeared in an instant. He was immediately shocked by the black broken sword. You, clang! An ear-piercing sound of the sword rang out, interrupting Duan Xingxian's words. Lin Tian held the black, broken sword, and with 10 times the combat strength in combination with the heavenly sword scripture, he mercilessly slashed at Duan Xingxian. A blinding sword light immediately flew out at an extremely fast speed and landed on Duan Xingxian's body. Poof! Bright red blood splattered everywhere. Duan Xingxian was immediately sent flying. His body was full of cracks from the fierce slash of the sword. Senior Brother Duan. In the inner sect residential area, a group of inner sect disciples turned pale. At the same time, outside the inner sect residential area, a group of outer sect disciples who came to watch the show were also greatly shocked. Lin Tian sent Duan Xingxian, the number 1 inner sect disciple, flying with a single slash of his sword. That's a golden immortal artifact. Someone's gaze fell on the black, broken sword in Lin Tian's hand. He immediately trembled and could not help but widen his eyes. Then many other people also saw the broken sword in Lin Tian's hand, and their expressions all changed. There's the aura of a golden immortal intertwining. This is really a golden immortal artifact. It's broken and it's incomplete, but its power is definitely enough to be the king of all golden immortal artifacts. This, even a real golden immortal powerhouse, would not necessarily have such a precious weapon, but he's only a half-step true immortal, and he... Chapter 1566. Looking at the broken sword in Lin Tian's hand, all the outer sect disciples who came to watch the show were stunned. A half-step true immortal actually had a broken golden immortal artifact, which was a super treasure. At the same time, the group of powerful inner sect disciples in the inner sect residence also saw the broken sword in Lin Tian's hand, and all of them were shocked. You actually have... These inner sect disciples were shocked. The weakest among them was an early-stage true immortal, and the strongest was a peak true immortal. However, the strongest precious weapon was only a peak true immortal artifact. But Lin Tian, who was only a half-step true immortal, actually had a broken golden immortal artifact. It was a golden immortal artifact. Even if it was broken, its power was extremely terrifying. It was invincible against a complete golden immortal artifact. Lin Tian glanced at these people. He raised his hand, and the broken golden immortal artifact in his hand suddenly let out an ear-piercing sword sound. Clang! The dense sword lights immediately swung out, and the sword lights were like raindrops as they slashed towards the crowd. The sword beam was somewhat terrifying. It was the result of Lin Tian's 10 times amplification of his combat power and a damaged gold immortal artifact. The average true immortal stage cultivator would be incapable of blocking it. In just the blink of an eye, a high number of inner disciples were pierced through, and all of them were sent flying like scarecrows. Such a scene caused all the outer sect disciples outside the inner sect residential district to feel a chill in their hearts. This attack was too terrifying. Boom! Not far away, a powerful divine power rushed up. Duan Xingxian, who was sent flying by Lin Tian's sword, stood up. His eyes became extremely cold, like 2 sharp blades, and there was a terrible murderous intent in them that was vast and mighty. You're courting death. His voice was cold, and all kinds of divine light appeared around him. A true immortal artifact was summoned, and the immortal Tao precepts were also manifested. He was the number 1 in the inner sect, but he was sent flying and seriously injured by Lin Tian, a half-step true immortal outer sect disciple. For a moment, a very terrifying wave of energy suddenly spread out, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Even some of the inner disciples of the intermediate stage of true immortal couldn't help but tremble. All of them felt that Duan Xingxian was angry at this time. You've angered Senior Brother Duan. Even if your combat power is boosted by the Baodan and you have an incomplete golden immortal item, you will still die, a brown-clothed inner disciple said coldly. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He didn't even look at this person. He directly slashed out with his sword. An ray of sword light instantly arrived. The one who spoke was the inner disciple in brown robes. He was furious. "You, pooh!" The sword light was so fast that the inner disciple couldn't dodge it at all. His chest was pierced through, and blood splashed everywhere. Boom! Divine power intertwined. At this time, the aura on Duan Xingxian's body was even more shocking. The true immortal artifact intertwined and filled the sky. It was a short blade which was at the level of a peak true immortal artifact. The law of the immortal path was also very shocking and terrifying. He looked at Lin Tian. At this time he moved. Even if Lin Tian had an incomplete golden immortal artifact, he didn't care at all. His current aura was much stronger than Lin Tian when his combat power was boosted and he had an incomplete golden immortal artifact. He wanted to kill Lin Tian. Facing Duan Xingxian's attack, Lin Tian didn't dodge but faced it head-on. Behind him, the reincarnation diagram rushed up and immediately emitted the strongest and most holy light, like a saint diagram that opened the sky. At the same time, the nameless law of the great path intertwined together, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into the reincarnation diagram of the great path. As soon as the reincarnation diagram of the great path appeared, a wave of pressure spread out in an instant, and the earth shook violently. In the next moment, the two collided with a rumble. Ka! Ka! Crack! Astonishing divine power surged, and in this place, the ground collapsed inch by inch. Around them, there was a terrifying hull that broke apart. Then, in the next moment, a figure flew out in a sorry state, covered in blood. It was Duan Xingxian, and the immortal Tao law that he had activated was directly crushed. His whole body was once again full of cracks, and blood kept gushing out. Senior Brother Duan. Impossible. The group of inner sect disciples turned pale. They were the strongest among the inner sect disciples, and they had activated a true immortal artifact and immortal Tao law. But now they were still knocked back by Lin Tian's attack. They coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and the immortal Tao law was forcibly crushed. At the same time, outside the inner sect residence area, the group of outer sect disciples who were watching the show were all shocked. Arg! Duan Xingxian was knocked back by Lin Tian, and he let out a roar like an enraged demonic dragon, and the immortal Tao law was activated again. It was also at this time that Lin Tian's figure appeared in front of him, and he slashed down with the black broken sword in his right hand and the Great Path reincarnation scroll in his left hand. He activated the divine power that had increased his combat strength by 10 times, and they all fell on Duan Xingxian's body. Poof! Duan Xingxian was knocked back again, and the true immortal artifact, short blade that protected his body, was shattered by Lin Tian's black broken sword. Lin Tian stepped forward and directly caught up with Duan Xingxian, who was flying out, and the black broken sword mercilessly slashed down. Clang! A sharp sword light slashed out from the black broken sword, and it landed directly on Duan Xingxian's body. With a poof, this time, Duan Xingxian's physical body was directly smashed into pieces, and he exploded into a cloud of blood mist where he stood. Arg! Duan Xingxian's divine soul roared, and in the blink of an eye, he reformed his physical body. However, he had just reformed his physical body when Lin Tian's black, broken sword came down again. The broken black sword was a broken golden celestial artifact, but its power was extremely terrifying. Under such pressure, it once again shattered Duan Xingxian, who had regathered his physical body. You brought all the inner disciples and destroyed our residence. Do you think you're so great? Who do you think you are? Lin Tian's voice was cold. As he said this, he did not show any mercy. His 10-fold combat strength, the Great Path reincarnation scroll, and the black, broken sword swung down again and again. Every time Duan Xingxian reformed his physical body, it would be shattered again. Gradually, Duan Xingxian's breath became weaker and weaker. Under Lin Tian's violent and fierce attacks, he could not help but scream. In the end, he was knocked to the ground by Lin Tian like a pile of mud and could not move. Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked him in the chest. Duan Xingxian screamed again and fainted. This, senior brother Duan, how is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. They were shocked by this scene until their expressions changed. An inner disciple, Duan Xingxian, who was at the peak of the true immortal realm, was knocked unconscious by Lin Tian. Lin Tian tilted his head, moved his foot away from Duan Xingxian's chest, and looked at the other inner disciples. There were many inner disciples in this place, and there were hundreds of them who had not fallen. Holding the black, broken sword, he closed in on the hundreds of inner disciples. They destroyed his Wuxing crocodiles and little Taichu's residences. These people were all responsible, and no one could get away with it. Clang! The black, broken sword in his hand vibrated, and it let out a piercing sound. The dense sword light directly slashed at the hundreds of inner disciples. In the blink of an eye, blood splattered, and one inner disciple after another was sent flying. These inner disciples were very powerful, and the weakest among them was at the true immortal realm. However, Lin Tian's combat strength was 10 times stronger than a cultivator at the early stage of the true immortal realm. With the help of the broken golden immortal weapon, even Duan Xingxian, who was at the peak of the true immortal realm, was knocked unconscious. How could these ordinary inner disciples withstand his attack? Ah! The screams of the inner disciples could be heard continuously. Such a scene caused the crowd of outer court disciples who were watching the show from outside the inner court residential area to tremble in fear. Soon after, while the battle was still ongoing, the news of what was happening here spread throughout the entire Purple Shao treasure sect at an extremely fast speed, causing everyone to be shocked. What? That Lin Tian, the new outer disciple who just joined the sect, went to the inner disciples because his residence was destroyed. He attacked all the inner disciples together, and he defeated Duan Xingxian. He's just an outer disciple with a cultivation level of a half-step true immortal. How could he defeat Duan Xingxian, the top inner disciple? Let's go and have a look. I'll go too. Immediately, more and more cultivators headed toward the inner disciples' residences. At the same time, due to the commotion, even the ordinary elders in the elders' pavilion were alarmed. An outer disciple dared to break into the inner disciples' residences and attacked all the inner disciples together. This had never happened before in the history of the Purple Shao treasure sect. An old man in a gray robe smashed a yellow jade table in the elders' pavilion. Faint golden immortal qi intertwined around his body. Then he walked out of the elders' pavilion with a dark expression. Duan Chini, that old man, is angry. His nephew was knocked unconscious by an outer disciple. How can he not be angry? Let's go and have a look. In the elders' pavilion, some other elders followed him. Almost at the same time, a cute little girl around the age of 13 or 14 walked in from outside the Purple Shao treasure sect. She was wearing a tattered green dress and looked very cute. She also heard the commotion in the Purple Shao treasure sect. Lin Tian. No way. What a coincidence. The little girl was shocked. Then, she quickly ran toward the inner disciples' residences. In the inner disciples' residences of the Purple Shao treasure sect. Ah! Lin Tianyu, damn it! How dare you do this? The sect will not let you go. Miserable shrieks reverberated throughout the inner sect residence. Lin Tian wielded the black broken sword and activated it with his 10-fold combat strength. Sharp and fierce sword qi swept through the inner sect residence, seemingly unrivaled in the half-step true immortal realm. Not a single inner sect disciple could withstand it. One after another they were sent flying. Miserable shrieks, angry shouts, threats, and curses rang out one after another. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He did not say a word. Instead, he continued to attack. Sword qi was slashed out in all directions. He never took the initiative to cause trouble, but he was never afraid of trouble. These inner disciples had gathered together to destroy the residences of him, the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu. They had trampled on their dignity. This really made him angry. He had to vent his anger. Today he would beat all the inner disciples to the ground. Bang! 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 Groans and screams continued. One by one, the inner disciples were sent flying by him. Blood splattered everywhere. Although no one in the inner disciples' residences had died, the ground was already stained with blood. How dare you! Chapter 1567. A shout came from afar, mixed with a terrifying golden immortal chi. It was like a rolling tsunami, pressing down on the inner sect residence area. In the blink of an eye, a dozen old men arrived in the air. They arrived at the residential area of the inner sect disciples in the blink of an eye. All of them exuded a bloody aura that was extremely frightening, like a dozen blazing furnaces. They are the elders! The crowd of cultivators changed their expressions. Lin Tian stopped his actions and looked at the dozen or so old men who were flying towards him. Among the dozen old men, a gray-robed old man came the fastest and stood at the front of the group. At this time he glanced at the inner sect residence area that was stained with blood and saw many inner sect disciples lying on the ground. Soon he saw Duan Xingxian, who was seriously injured and unconscious in the distance. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In addition to this person, the other dozen old men were shocked. Before they came here, they had already learned a lot of things. They knew that Lin Tian, an outer sect disciple, had made a mess in the inner sect residence area and seriously injured Duan Xingxian, the number 1 inner sect disciple, until he fainted. However, when they arrived at the scene and saw the inner sect disciples lying on the ground and the blood-stained ground, they could not help but be shocked. Elders, this person has just joined the sect, not long ago, but he used a special method to brutally injure one of our inner sect disciples. For this, we only gave him a small warning, but he directly broke into our inner sect residence area and relied on a treasure medicine that temporarily increased his strength and a broken golden immortal sword to make a mess in our inner sect. We can't let him go. Elders, please make a decision for us and punish him severely. One of the inner sect disciples said. Lin Tian's expression was cold, and he did not say a word. He did not have the slightest emotional reaction to this person's accusation. A group of inner sect disciples was beaten by an outer sect disciple until they couldn't fight back. No matter what the reason is, it's a shameful thing. How dare you say that you want the sect elders to make a decision for you? Don't you feel ashamed? And Shui mocked. They're just a group of trash. They don't have any shame. Whooshing crocodile sneered. Trash. Little Taichu echoed in a childish voice. The face of the inner disciple who spoke suddenly froze, and then it turned ashen. At the same time, some of the other inner court disciples' faces also became very ugly and their cheeks became hot. Enough! Among the dozen elders, the elder in the gray robe had a cold expression. His gaze fell on Lin Tian and the others. Do you admit to your crimes? Guilty? May I ask, elder, what crime have we committed? Lin Tian looked at the gray-robed elder, his expression unchanged. Even if the other party was a golden immortal, he did not have the slightest fear. The gray-robed elder's expression was cold as he looked at Lin Tiandao. As an outer sect disciple, you barged into the inner sect and injured your fellow disciples. Tell me, what crime did you commit? Elder, you only mentioned that we barged into the inner sect and injured people. Why didn't you mention that before that, everyone in the inner sect attacked together and destroyed our residence and trampled on our dignity? Did you not know about this? Or did you deliberately not mention it? Lin Tiandao, now that they had barged into the residential area of the inner sect and injured people, and this matter was so chaotic, he did not believe that this person did not know the cause and effect of this matter. No matter what reason you have, it can't hide the fact that you're guilty of injuring your fellow disciples. The gray-robed elder said coldly. Clearly, as Lin Tian expected, he knew the cause and effect of this matter. Is that so? Elder, are you saying that even if our reason for attacking is right and proper, we're still guilty? Lin Tiandao. How dare you? Who do you think you are to question Elder Duan like this? The inner court disciple who spoke earlier scolded Lin Tian. Then he looked at the gray-robed elder and said, Elder Duan and the other elders, look. This person has just entered the sect and is already so arrogant. He injured his fellow disciples one after another, and now he dares to question the elders. Such insolence and disrespect to the elders must be severely punished. When Lin Tian heard this, he narrowed his eyes and said, Elder Duan. He glanced at Duan Xingxian, who was knocked unconscious by him in the distance, and sneered. Elder Duan must be Duan Xingxian's uncle. Why? Are you unhappy that Duan Xingxian was beaten so badly by me after he challenged me? He had heard that Duan Xingxian had an elder uncle in the Golden Immortal Realm in the Purple Shao Treasure Sect. Even some of the successor disciples were very polite to him, now that he heard the inner court disciple call the gray-robed Elder Duan, and the gray-robed elder especially looked at the seriously injured and unconscious Duan Xingxian. He instantly guessed the identity of the gray-robed elder. He was definitely Duan Xingxian's uncle. For Duan Xingxian's sake, this person deliberately did not mention the cause of this matter. It was obvious that he wanted to deal with Duan Xingxian because he knocked Duan Xingxian unconscious. How dare you? How dare you talk back to the elders? The inner court disciple who spoke scolded again. Lin Tian raised his hand and directly slashed with his sword. With a clang, the inner court disciple who spoke was pierced through in the blink of an eye, causing him to immediately scream in pain. Lin Tian's slash was really powerful. It was a slash made with 10 times the combat strength and an incomplete golden immortal weapon. Trash who only knows how to bark, get lost, he said coldly. Such a scene made the hearts of the cultivators palpitate. This Lin Tian, questioning the elders, talking back to the elders, and seriously injuring an inner court disciple in front of the elders. This is simply too powerful. Some of the cultivators could not help but tremble. The gray-robed elder's name was Duan Chenny, and he was indeed Duan Xingxian's uncle. It was also because he learned that Duan Xingxian was beaten unconscious by Lin Tian that he felt a chill in his heart. Even though he knew that it was Duan Xingxian who brought people to cause trouble first, he still wanted to convict Lin Tian and punish Lin Tian. At this time, Lin Tian questioned him, talked back to him, and even attacked the inner court disciple who helped him scold in front of him. This showed that he did not take him seriously at all, and his eyes immediately flashed with killing intent. Seriously injuring a fellow disciple and talking back to the elders. Combined with these 2 crimes, I sentence you to death. Duan Chenny said coldly. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed down on Lin Tian. For a moment, there was a rumbling sound. The aura of a golden immortal intertwined with an incomparably violent fluctuation and directly pressed down on Lin Tian. Behind Duan Chenny, the other elders watched as Duan Chenny pressed down on Lin Tian, but they did not react. In their opinion, if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Tian had consumed a treasured pill that could increase his strength and relied on an incomplete gold immortal artifact to defeat the group of inner court disciples, they would have definitely stopped Duan Chenny. After all, he was definitely a super freak to be able to defeat a group of outer court disciples without relying on treasured pills and incomplete gold immortal artifacts. They would not let the sect lose such a genius. However, the current situation was that they could clearly see that Lin Tian defeated the group of inner court disciples with the help of the improved strength of the Baodan and the broken golden immortal sword. Therefore, even though they knew that Lin Tian was not wrong, they did not stop Duan Chenny from killing Lin Tian. After all, Duan Chenny was an elder of the sect, so they naturally had to give him some face. As for the life and death of an outer court disciple, they obviously did not care. With a rumbling sound, in the blink of an eye, Duan Chenny's big hand pressed down on Lin Tian. The faint aura of a golden immortal sealed the surroundings, which was far stronger than the aura of a genuine immortal. Lin Tian felt threatened and did not dare to be careless. He activated the broken golden immortal artifact in his hand to resist the attack. Bang! Under the palm, he was immediately sent flying, and blood spilled out of his mouth. Now he was 10 times stronger than before, and with the help of the broken golden immortal artifact, he was invincible against anyone below the half-step golden immortal level. However, it was impossible for him to have the ability to fight against a golden immortal. Lin Tian! And Shueishue's expression changed. Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu also quickly flashed over. Old bastard! It was your King nephew who was in the wrong first. And now you want to deal with us like this? Wuxing Crocodile said angrily. Duan Qinny's face became even colder, and he attacked again. This time, the intertwining golden immortal chi in his big hand was even thicker. It was like the Milky Way was pressing down on Lin Tian. At the same time, this palm also enveloped in Shueishue, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu. It was obvious that he wanted to kill them all. The powerful aura of a golden immortal was almost suffocating. Seeing this scene, the group of inner disciples sneered. They looked at Lin Tian and the others with hatred in their eyes. Stop! A crisp voice rang out. A figure flashed quickly and appeared beside Lin Tian. It was a little girl of 13 or 14 years old. She was wearing a tattered green dress and looked a little cute. Duan Qinny's expression changed immediately, and the destructive palm print was stopped. At the same time, the other elders behind Duan Qinny also changed their expressions. Lin Tian and the others were also surprised at this time. Of course, they all recognized this little girl. Why are you here? Lin Tian looked at the little girl and asked. This little girl was Ningye, whom they met when they returned to the sect. At that time, Ningye was being chased by a tyrannical fierce ape, and he saved her. You're injured. Does it hurt? Ningye didn't answer Lin Tian's question. At this time, she looked at the blood at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth and asked with concern. Lin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, I'm fine. In the void, a dozen golden immortal elders, including Duan Qinny, all landed in front of Ningye in the blink of an eye. Yaya, why are you here? Didn't you cultivate with your grandpa today? One of the round-faced elders laughed, then looked at Lin Tian and asked suspiciously, Do you know each other? Some of the other elders looked at Ningye with smiles on their faces. They were as kind as they could be. Then they looked at Lin Tian and the others. As far as they were concerned, Ningye and Lin Tian and the others seemed to know each other. Everyone who saw this scene stared with wide eyes. Who is that little girl? She seems to be in the Nirvana realm, but the elders are so polite to her? Everyone was surprised. Even Lin Tian and Shueishue, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu were a little surprised. Obviously, they could see that the dozen golden immortal elders were very gentle to Ningye. It could even be said that they were afraid of her. Chapter 1568. Duan Qinny instantly felt his scalp go numb when he heard Ningye. According to Ningye's words, injuring Lin Tian was equivalent to bullying the founder of the Violet Harmony Treasure Sect. This was simply like giving him the label of deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. No, I was just joking with him, and I accidentally injured him. Duan Qinny explained with an embarrassed smile, and the coldness he felt when facing Lin Tian earlier had already flown away. At this time, he was so regretful that his intestines turned green. No matter what, he would never have thought that Lin Tian would actually be Ningye's savior. If he had known, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't have dared to make a move against Lin Tian. Because the person before him was the direct descendant of the founder of the Violet Harmony Treasure Sect. Her grandfather was currently at the mysterious immortal realm, and he was the #1 supreme elder of the Violet Harmony Treasure Sect. He doted on his only granddaughter to the extreme. Normally, even the sect master of the Violet Harmony Treasure Sect had to be courteous to Ningye, as he was deeply afraid of accidentally offending her. Do you think Yaya is blind? That I can't see that you're really attacking me, and that I can't sense your killing intent? Ning Yaya was even angrier. Duan Chini was speechless. Lin Tian looked at Ning Yaya with slight surprise. Duan Chini, who was filled with killing intent earlier, was actually so fearful when facing Ning Yaya, who was around 13 years old and was only at the rebirth realm. It was simply like a mouse that had seen a cat. And Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu were naturally shocked as well. This little girl is quite capable, Wuxing Crocodile muttered to himself. At the same time, all the disciples in the inner sect residence area trembled. When Duan Chini arrived, all of them thought that Lin Tian was dead for sure. They didn't expect that a little girl would suddenly rush out at this time, calling Lin Tian her savior and angrily rebuking Duan Chini. And Duan Chini, a golden immortal elder, had a face full of fear. Duan Chini's face was a little pale, and he was at a loss for words. This is what happened. He broke into the inner sect alone and seriously injured a large group of inner sect disciples. As an elder, this old man wanted to give him some punishment, so you still dare to say such things. Do you think Yaya doesn't know anything? Ning Yaya glared at him angrily. Yaya heard everything on the way here. He's obviously not in the wrong. It was that Duan Xingxian who brought everyone from the inner sanctum to stir up trouble. Duan Xingxian is your nephew. Are you purposely finding trouble with him because he injured Duan Xingxian? Seeing Ning Ye glaring at him angrily, Duan Chini's face became even paler, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ning Ye looked at the other elders beside Duan Chini. And you guys, why didn't you stop him just now? Even Ye, who just came back from outside, heard the whole thing in a short time. Don't tell me you don't know. You clearly knew that Lin Tian wasn't in the wrong. It was Duan Xingxian and all the inner sect disciples who stirred up trouble first. But you still watched him attack Lin Tian. You didn't stop him from attacking Lin Tian. You also injured Lin Tian like he did. You were also bullying Yaya. You bastards. Don't be angry. Isn't he fine now? He's fine? Yes, he's fine now. That's right. When they saw Ning Yaya glaring angrily at them, the expressions of all the elders went pale, and all of them trembled before smiling apologetically. This was the living ancestor of the Violet Firmament Treasure Sect. Everyone at the elder rank or above in the Violet Firmament Treasure Sect knew one thing, and that was that in the Violet Firmament Treasure Sect, they would rather offend the number one supreme elder at the mysterious immortal realm than offend this person before them. How is he fine? Are all of your eyes blind? He's even bleeding. Ning Ye was extremely furious, and she pointed at Duan Chini and the other elders. All of you, apologize to him. The surrounding disciples of the Violet Firmament Treasure Sect couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. A little girl at the Rebirth Realm had angrily rebuked over 10 golden immortal realm elders, and now she even asked them to apologize to an outer court disciple like Lin Tian. This caused many people to stare with their eyes wide open. Lin Tian looked at the 13 or 14-year-old Ningyi. Even though he didn't know Ning Ye's exact identity at this moment, he knew that Ning Ye possessed great power in the Violet Firmament Treasure Sect. Now, Ning Ye had angrily rebuked over 10 golden immortal realm elders for him, and then asked them to apologize to him. She was protecting him like this, and it caused him to feel warm in his heart. On the other side, the expressions of Duan Chini and the other elders changed slightly. The expressions of all the elders became extremely unsightly. All of them were respected elders of the sect, with cultivations at the golden immortal realm. Now, if they were to apologize to an outer court disciple, and it was in front of all the other disciples, then where would they put their face in the future? All of you aren't willing. Ning Ye glared at them angrily. In the next moment, she made a few hand seals, and in an instant, the entire Violet Firmament Treasure Sect shook. Dense array runes intertwined and covered every inch of the void of the Violet Firmament Treasure Sect. A wave of terrifying killing intent spread out in an instant, as if it was going to cut everything into pieces, causing everyone in this place to tremble involuntarily. Sect, sect, sect. Sect guarding, killing array. An outer court disciple swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard. This is the sect guarding, killing array of the Violet Firmament Treasure Sect? Lin Tian was also shocked. This killing array was not weak. It was a complete peak profound immortal level killing array, and it was enough to threaten ordinary profound immortals. He looked at Ningye and was even more shocked. Even though he could see that Ningye had great power in the Violet Firmament Treasure Sect from the expressions of Duan Qinyi and the others, he didn't expect her power to be so great that she could control the sect guarding killing array of the Violet Firmament Treasure Sect. It should be known that the sect guarding killing array of a sect was generally controlled by the sect leader and the supreme elder. Boom! Dense killing runes appeared one after another, and the terrifying killing aura was vast and mighty, shaking the entire Violet Firmament Treasure Sect. The terrifying killing aura was appalling. Ning Yeye glared at the elders angrily. If you don't apologize to him, Yeye will use this killing array to kill you all. When the elders heard this, they instantly had goosebumps all over their bodies. This was the sect-guarding killing array of the Violet Firmament Treasure Sect, a peak profound immortal level killing array. How could their small bodies withstand such a killing array? Don't. Yeah, don't. We'll apologize. We'll apologize right now. At that moment, the elders all gave in. They didn't say anything unnecessary, and all looked at Lin Tian. Every one of them bowed and apologized to Lin Tian. Their attitude was extremely serious, and they didn't dare to pretend at all. They were afraid that Ningye would use the sect guarding killing array to kill them if she was dissatisfied. If that really happened, they would be finished in the blink of an eye. This scene made all the disciples of the Violet Firmament Treasure Sect widen their eyes. Some of them couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. More than a dozen elders of the Golden Immortal level actually apologized to an outer sect disciple. They apologized to an outer sect disciple. Lin Tian saw this group of elders carefully apologizing to him and even bowing 90 degrees, and he felt quite satisfied. Yeah, is that enough? The elders' faces were slightly pale. A dignified sect elder of the Golden Immortal Realm had to apologize to an outer sect disciple in front of all the disciples. They had lost all their face. Among them, the elders except Duan Qinyi were simply furious. Of course, they weren't angry at Ning, they didn't dare to. They were angry at Duan Qinyi. If it weren't for Duan Qinyi attacking Lin Tian, they wouldn't have offended Ningye, and wouldn't have been forced to apologize to an outer sect disciple. At this time, Duan Qinyi was extremely angry with Duan Xingxian. He couldn't wait to wake Duan Xingxian up immediately and then slap him unconscious. Of all the people to provoke, he actually provoked Ningye's savior and embarrassed him. Ningye looked at the elders, and her eyes fell on Duan Qinyi. You attacked and hurt him. It's not enough to just apologize. In the next year, you're not allowed to receive the salary that the sect should give you. You'll be deprived of it. Duan Qinyi trembled. As an elder of the sect, he naturally had a lot of benefits. He had a very high salary every month, and the value of a year's salary added up was amazing. I'll listen to you, yeah, he said, and forced a smile. Although he felt very uncomfortable, he didn't dare to complain at all. But in his heart, he scolded Duan Xingxian fiercely. He couldn't wait to walk over and kick Duan Xingxian a few times. Such a scene made all the disciples of the Purple Walk Treasure Sect tremble slightly. Depriving an elder of his salary was something that only the sect master and the supreme elder were qualified to do. But now a 13-year-old little girl had directly said so, and as an elder, Duan Qinyi didn't even dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Ning Yeye snorted, and looked away from Duan Chini and the others. She looked at the inner sect disciples in the inner sect residence area and said, "Your business is done. It's their turn." She said, "Yaya learned everything during the process of coming here. They are all guilty. In the next 3 years, you'll deprive them of all the cultivation resources given by the sect. You're not allowed to give them any." Hearing this, the inner sect disciples who were still conscious in the inner sect residence area all turned pale and trembled together. Like those big forces and sects in the starry sky, the sects in the immortal realm would also give their disciples a certain amount of resources and treasures. The higher the level of the disciple, the more valuable the resources they would be allocated, including many Baodan immortal herbs. The resources that an inner sect disciple of the Purple Shao treasure sect could receive in 3 years were definitely valuable. "No problem. Yeah, don't worry. This must be deducted." "Do it." "Yes. We must teach these little bastards a lesson." Chapter 1569. The cultivation resources of the Purple Shao treasure sect's disciples had always been managed by the ordinary elders of the sect. At this time, when they heard Ningyia's words, the elders who were angry at the inner court disciples for provoking Lin Tian and implicating them immediately announced that they would deprive the inner court disciples of their cultivation resources for the next 3 years. In an instant, the faces of the inner court disciples who were still conscious in the residential area of the inner court disciples turned even paler. "Say, elders, I. Some of the inner court disciples trembled and tried to salvage the situation. Depriving 3 years of their cultivation resources. Compared to such a punishment, they would rather be beaten half to death by Lin Tian. How dare you speak?" "Shut up!" an elder shouted angrily. The group of inner court disciples trembled. The inner court disciples who were still conscious did not dare to say a word. Ningyi snorted softly and looked at Lin Tian. She blinked her eyes and said, "Lin Tian, are you satisfied?" Lin Tian smiled and nodded. Then he said, "Thank you." Ningyi asked the elders to apologize to him, depriving Duan Chini of a year's salary and depriving all the inner court disciples of their cultivation resources for the next 3 years. She was so protective of him that it warmed his heart. "You're welcome." Ningyi shook her little head and said seriously, "You're Yea's savior and also Yea's friend. Bullying you is bullying Ye." Then she said, "Your residence seems to have been destroyed. Yeah, let them arrange a celestial peak for you, okay?" Hearing Ningyi's words, the disciples of the Purple Shao treasure sect widened their eyes. Arrange a celestial peak. A celestial peak. Only the true disciples of the sect were qualified to have it. When the elders heard this, they quickly stepped forward and looked at Lin Tian. "Little brother, what do you think of Yea's idea? If you are willing, we will immediately arrange the best immortal peak for you to cultivate on." At this time, these elders of the Gold Immortal Realm looked at Lin Tian with enthusiasm and smiles. They could see that Lin Tian and Ningyi had a good relationship and wanted to get closer to Lin Tian. Getting closer to Lin Tian was equivalent to getting closer to Ningyi. In a sense, it was more valuable than getting closer to the sect leader. Lin Tian looked at these elders and naturally knew what they were thinking. However, he ignored them and instead looked towards Ningyi and said, "There's no need, Ye. We'll just randomly choose another residence in the outer sect residence district." "Oh, okay. Yaya will accompany you to choose." Ningyi said, with her influence in the Purple Shao treasure sect, if she asked, the sect could provide Lin Tian with the best cultivation environment. However, she respected Lin Tian's choice. If Lin Tian wanted to choose a new residence in the outer sect residence district, she would accompany Lin Tian to choose. "Okay," Lin Tian said with a smile. He glanced at the inner sect disciples and elders, then called and Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu to leave with Ningyi. They walked towards the outer sect disciples' residence district and soon walked far away. At this place, The cultivators could not help but swallow their saliva as they watched Lin Tian and the others walk away. That little girl, who is she? Not only did she make the elders afraid, but she can also control our sect protecting, killing array. This is that Lin Tian in the Purple Shao treasure sect knows someone with such great power and is his savior. This is really... It's funny that Zhou Huacheng thought he could be so arrogant just because he has an inner sect disciple as his elder brother. However, he didn't expect the person he provoked to have such a close relationship with someone with such great power in the Purple Shao treasure sect. He's courting death. The outer sect disciples who came to this place to watch the show whispered among themselves. In the inner sect residence district, the inner sect disciples who were still conscious were pale, and many of them were about to collapse. They collectively went to destroy Lin Tian's residence to give Lin Tianyi a warning and teach him a lesson. They wanted to show Lin Tian the inviolable dignity of inner sect disciples. However, they didn't expect that they would end up like this. Lin Tian broke into the inner sect and injured everyone. No one could stop him, and they lost all their face. Now, all of their inner sect disciples were deprived of all the cultivation resources in the sect for the next 3 years. This price was too high. Behave yourself in the future. Some elders glanced at the inner sect disciples coldly. They all snorted, covered their sleeves, and flew away. Even Duan Qianyi was no exception. At this time, he didn't even bother to look at the unconscious Duan Xingxian. He was too angry. Lin Tianyi and the others left the inner sect residence district and quickly returned to the outer sect residence district. They chose a new residence. The new residence was similar to the previous one, but the environment wasn't as quiet as the previous one. TSK, this little girl is actually the granddaughter of the first Grand Elder, the direct descendant of the founder of the Purple Ease treasure sect. No wonder those elders are so afraid of her. No wonder she can control the Purple Ease treasure sect protecting killing array. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue. On the way back to the outer sect residence district to choose a new residence, the group found out about Ningya's identity in the Purple Ease treasure sect from Ningyi. Even Lin Tian was a little surprised. Little Yeya's position in the Purple Ease treasure sect could be said to be very noble. Little Yeya is so cool today. And Shui hugged little Yeya and said, Ningya was very happy. I didn't expect you all to be cultivating in the Purple Ease treasure sect. That's great. Yeya can come and play with you all often in the future. Anytime. Lin Tian smiled. And Ning Yeya was even happier. On this day, Ning Yeya stayed at Lin Tian's place until nightfall. Then she said goodbye and left. I'm going back too. I'll try to break through to the true immortal realm in half a month. And Shui said. She was about to condense the 9th strand of celestial core power. Once she condensed the 9th strand of celestial core power, she would not be far from the true immortal realm. In the blink of an eye, she would be able to step into the true immortal realm. In fact, it would take a lot of time to fuse the 9th strand of celestial core power in the starry sky. Some people even needed treasures like the supreme celestial jade to complete the fusion of the 9th strand of celestial core power. However, in the immortal realm, it was completely unnecessary because the immortal realm was filled with celestial spiritual energy. Such an environment was comparable to the supreme celestial jade. Therefore, in the immortal realm, as long as one could condense the 9th strand of celestial core power, one could instantly step into the true immortal realm. One had to admit that the cultivation environment in the immortal realm was really amazing. In the immortal realm, the starting point of the cultivator's cultivation was really not something the beings in the starry sky could compare to. This was already a difference in dimensions. In the blink of an eye, and Shui left. We have to work hard to condense the 9th strand of celestial core power as soon as possible and break into the true immortal realm. Lin Tiandao. The sky gradually darkened. Soon, the darkness dispersed and the sun rose again. It was a new day. On this day, Lin Tian brought Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu out of their new residence and headed towards the Refinement Dao Valley. After such a long time, they could continue to cultivate in the Refinement Dao Valley. On the way to the Refinement Dao Valley, there were many disciples coming and going. When they saw Lin Tian, they were more afraid than before. It was because of what happened yesterday that made Lin Tian's reputation in the Purple Freedom Treasure sect even more. With regards to this, Lin Tian naturally did not mind. Not long after, he arrived outside the Refinement Path Valley with 5-element crocodile and Little Taichu. He passed his disciple nameplate to the sect deacon guarding the Refinement Path Valley. After checking it, he entered the Refinement Path Valley. He casually chose a stone room in the Refinement Dao Valley. Like the previous 2 times, he entered and then took out the super tree of life from his origin small world to cultivate. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu each stopped on a branch of the super tree of life and cultivated using the ancient divine technique. In an instant, 3 different types of divine light and Dao light intertwined. Soon, 48 hours passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the man and the 2 beasts woke up at the same time. The Tao power outside of their bodies was stronger than before. At this time, with a crisp crack, the super tree of life cracked. The super life force it contained was finally used up by the man and the 2 beasts and disappeared. "Let's go," Lin Tian said. The life force in the super tree of life could not be regenerated. As it was continuously consumed, it would wither one day. He was very clear about this. Therefore, he was not surprised by the collapse of the super tree of life. He quickly left this place with Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu and then returned to his residence. After that, time passed by, day by day. On this day, the Purple Shao Treasure sect became lively. Many people gathered in the martial arts arena. Most of them were outer disciples. Outer disciple competition, top 10. Lin Tian was also in the martial arts arena. He had a faint smile on his face. The mysterious ancient land in Tranquil Province that opened every 10 years would open again in about half a month. It was filled with all kinds of immortal opportunities and immortal treasures. It was jointly managed by the 10 great treasure sects of Tranquil Province. Countless cultivators in Tranquil Province wanted to enter to train, but only the disciples of the 10 great treasure sects could enter. Even the disciples of the 10 great treasure sects were not allowed to enter because there were restrictions. Only the inner disciples and true disciples of the 10 great treasure sects were allowed to enter, and only the top 10 outer disciples were allowed to enter. The reason why they didn't allow all of their disciples to go there to train and strengthen themselves was because they wanted to put pressure on their disciples on a daily basis so that they could work hard in their cultivation to obtain the qualifications to enter the place.